What up, everybody? Nintendo announced a new console today. Yes, they did indeed. Yes, they did indeed. That happened. That just happened. And the puppies are fighting. This is just for the background. We're just hanging out today. I'm not playing a game or anything. So, the last time I had kitties, thought I'd put some puppies. Hey, Metaphase, what's up? Thank you for the super hot take. It's called the Switch 2 because the next system after that is going to be Switch 3, then 4, 5, etc. Because I don't think Nintendo is ever going to move away from the Switch format. I mean, honestly, I don't think they will. Why would you? It's perfect. It's a perfect way to play video games. Just is. Do it forever. It's funny to even say like 3, 4, and 5, though. It's just like, go one more step and we've all died of old age. Generations are only going to keep getting longer. No, these are not my puppies. This is just a thing on YouTube. I hope the camera isn't doing that little focus thing the whole time. What's wrong with the one on the far left? I don't know. Just sleepy. So yeah. I don't know. Just thought we'd just kind of hang out. Talk about Switch. Talk about Switch 2, which got revealed today. It happened. An ad. Oh, come on. Really? Is that going to be a thing? I wanted an incognito modes, so I don't have the... Whatever. Hopefully there's not too many ads. Traveler of the Stars. Stream the April 2nd Direct with Lockston. That would be fun, wouldn't it? We did the initial one together. We probably won't. It would probably be simpler to do it separately. I do like the idea, though. That is fun. Those were the good old days. It was a good time. Melty. Can't wait for 24 players, Baby Park, 200cc. Yeah. They're going to make the track smaller. That's what I'm hoping for. Jeff Massicott. Thank you for the super. You're lovely. Love the content, Arlo. Keep up the great work. Biggest hope for the Switch 2. New Etrian Odyssey game. That'd be cool. I haven't played any of those, but they look really cool. Oh. So, yeah. There isn't even that much to say. That's the funny thing about Switch 2. It's really just what we expected. It really is. But, it's cool, though. I'm happy. I've felt really good today. Feeling real good. Having a good time. Just working on something. It's good to have real, honest-to-goodness news again. Putting a little pep in my step. Ben Hoem. Hello, Arlo. Do you think Metroid Prime 4 will now be an exclusive for the Switch 2 now that it's been announced? No, I still think it's just going to be a Switch game. Unfortunately. I think it's all they're going to do. I don't know why they wouldn't at least do a cross-gen, at least give us just a slightly upgraded version. Just a little, man, I don't know. But oh well. It happens. That's life for you. Sometimes hotly anticipated games that release shortly before the release of a new console don't necessarily take advantage of that new console's more powerful hardware. It's just, as the old saying goes. Hermdog. What's Hermdog with you? Hey Arlo, love your vids. Been thinking a lot about the Joy-Con mouse feature and the possible Nintendo games that could incorporate that. Thoughts? Too many thoughts. Too many thoughts to answer you here. I was gonna do. I was interested enough in the idea that I was like, you know what? No, I can't put that in the regular discussion video. I gotta do its own Topic Arlo video on that. And then I started outlining the Topic Arlo video, and I was like, no, I actually think I might have to do a full main channel video. I am just fascinated by the idea. I'm really thinking about it now, and I just like, let go of that poor dog's ear or face. He's just really ripping into that dog's face. Oh my gosh. Let go of that poor dog. Wow, brutal. It seems fine. Seems all right. Yeah. No, it's incredible. I don't know. Nintendo's amazing because they're like really behind the competition in a lot of ways, a lot of times. But then they'll just randomly have some little thing that just like, oh, wow, that actually puts them at a huge advantage in certain ways. And so now it's like, you know, like, oh, they're the little kid console, you know, hardcore gamers play on PC or console. And now it's like, oh, so now one of the main like big three consoles is going to have like built-in mouse support just right out of the box where you can just play games using a mouse like that, like a PC. That's incredible, especially if you consider, you know, like a lot of people do like the PC Switch combo because then you get like the stuff on the go and you get the Nintendo stuff, but then you get all the benefits of PC. So I don't know, like I just think it's really cool. But yeah, I'll do a bigger thing on that later. Robbie Palmer, you the man, Arlo. Love from Vancouver, Washington. Vancouver, Washington. That's quite close to me. Sending love right back at ya. Robbie. Robbie. Let's see. Illusionary Heart. I keep seeing the name Super Switch thrown around as an alternative, and to be honest, I get it, but I think it'd run into the same issue as Wii U. I honestly don't get it. I don't understand. It would be the Wii U. It would. It just sounds like a more powerful Switch, but not necessarily the next generation. I don't understand the idea that it should be Super Switch or anything other than Switch 2. Every single thing other than Switch 2 runs that risk. So I don't know. I agree with you. Gibber Woods, my good friend. Hey, Captain Arlomar, what's your favorite type of Pikmin? That's too hard. You can't. You can't. It's like picking your favorite kid. Maybe Rock. Maybe Rock. If I literally had to pick, I might say Rock. But I don't know. It's too hard. I love them all. They're all my children. Landon Smith, I predict Elden Ring will be like Skyrim, but for Switch 2. I think that, yeah, I think so too. I mean, yeah, I mean, okay, well, I'm not like officially predicting that it'll be like in the trailer or whatever, but like there's no reason Elden Ring won't be on Switch 2. Anything, literally anything, any like multi-plat. It's all fair game. I think Elden Ring would be awesome. And you're right, that would be like a really good little, because that's what Skyrim was. Skyrim was kind of like, hey, look, it's something that's not really Nintendo-y, and it's a really huge RPG experience, but now you can play it on the go on Switch. So like Elden Ring is a very similar experience. Edu Limora, thank you for the super. Struggling with the chat here. Sean R91, GTA 6 for Switch 2? I don't know, probably. Why not? Anything's fair game. Lonks Venture, thank you for the super. Can't wait for Pikmin 5 in 2036 and Metroid 6 in 2042. Also, New Mario Paint. New Mario Paint. For realsy, though. That would be cool. I mean, I guess technically they should have done it like Wii U when like you have the touch screen. With the mouse does open it up a little bit more. And maybe the fact that it's a mouse will, like Nintendo's kind of like that. Even if they could have done it before, now that it's like actually like you have your hand on a mouse, that might get their, oh, hey, we're really thinking about Mario Paint. Seems like the kind of whimsical thing that they would do. So maybe that'd be fun. Eamon Aldugam, what is up? New system means every series has a clean slate. Can't wait for Animal Crossing Gen 10 Pokemon, but praying for proper Thousand Year Door follow-up finally. Stay beautiful, Arlo. Thank you. I will. I agree. Completely. I don't want to get my hopes up about a new Paper Mario RPG. We got Mario and Luigi. Mario RPG is back, but like, yeah, I don't know. That is a hope. Indeed. Indeed it is. Adder. Arlo, I once again ask for Zelda Action Theater 2. Someday. It'll happen someday. Before I leave this earth, I will do another Zelda Action Theater. Hold on, there's way too many to read. Let me see. I don't want a chat summary. Get out of here. It's literally blocking the way, and there's no way to exit out. Oh, I love AI. I love it. Love this. Get out of the way. There we are. Soft noob girl. It better be backwards compatible. Yeah, wait, it is. It definitely is. That is. I believe that has been confirmed. And I'm not, I mean, I already said this in the discussion video, but I'm not worried about the thing where it's like, maybe not every game. It's just like a compatibility issue. I think for the most part it will be. So that's good. Edu. Believe it's been almost 2 years since Pikmin 4 and Tears of the Kingdom. Pikmin 5, April 2nd. I don't know. I think 2 years might be a little too soon. I'd settle for a next-gen patch. I'd be very happy about that. So happy. It's funny because, like, so many games are going to get announced and it's going to be so great. But, like, I would be so happy just with performance patches. Like, that itself already would make me so happy, you know? Just playing games, higher resolution, higher frame rate. I'd love that. So knowing that, like, actual new games are coming on top of that, that is cool. I can't believe it's been almost 2 years since Pikmin Tears of the Kingdom. Lauren's Pikmin 5 for Switch 2. Heck yeah. Also, you should play God of War. I know I should. I have it. I bought it. And then it just sat there for a long time. I'll play it one of these days. Maybe when the third one comes out, I'll finally get around to playing the first one. Well, quote-unquote first one, not the... I tried playing, like, the earlier ones. I played the very first one. I never finished it. I know it's, like, really short. But I don't know. I guess I just lost interest. That was, like, 2007, though, so I don't know. It's Hobo Joe. We need to think of confused grandmas for names. Exactly. Precisely. The Scientician. What do you think the chances the backwards compatibility is more limited than we think? I'm not as worried as others I've seen online. I just want your input. Well, I guess I already said that. Sorry. Already said it, but yeah. I'm not worried at all. I don't think there's any chance it's going to be more limited than just with things like Labo. There's just no real reason. Uh-oh, we're kind of freezy. Don't freeze the stream. Don't mess up. No. Don't do it. Don't do it. Are we okay? Hopefully we're okay. We look okay on my end, I believe. Yeah, we look okay. All right. Better now. Yeah, it's Nintendo. They're attacking us. Those puppies are going wild. They're savage. It's terrifying. I can't keep up with these supers. Xander, what do you want from the next Zelda? Love the vids. Thank you. That's that's too big of a question to go into right now, but I just want a more traditional Zelda. I just strike a balance. It doesn't have to be the biggest thing in the world, and it doesn't have to be completely open-ended. We can have regular puzzles. We can have a big, satisfying world to explore. Or like open areas, but then other more linear. I just split the difference. That's what I want from Zelda. That's it. That's my motto. Split the difference. Mr. Fanciful. Switch 2 hype. Woo! Praying for Tomodachi Life in the direct, so fingers crossed. Also, if you notice, the Mario Kart 9, the characters look a bit more to 64. They really do. They look kind of like classic, but really, it's 64 is really the look. They just kind of look like they're straight out of 60. They look like, you know, the 3D models that they used to create the renders for 64. It's that, but they're being live rendered, which is great. Gives us hope for, you know, Mario 64 with the original, like that one fan remake or whatever. Love that stuff. Love it. It's so effective. The nostalgic styles like that. Hermdog, Switch to launch / first year games lineup. I don't know. I've predicted all that enough already in my videos. But, you know, Mario Kart, 3D Mario. I mean, I predicted Nintendogs, speaking of dogs. It's time for new Nintendogs. I don't know. Use the mouse to pet them. Bass player. Switch and PC combo is the best. If it's not on Switch, I get it on PC and vice versa. Exactly. And now you can play Switch-style PC games on the Switch, too. It's perfect. Goose. More than just games, I'm excited to see if the menu will be updated with new icons, themes, and possibly music due to the better performance. I bet it will. I think Nintendo probably reluctantly went really simple with the Switch just because they kind of had to, and it benefited them. It'll probably be more interesting. And I also, very professional having ads. I also keep forgetting to wish for a suspend software feature where you can run more than one thing at once. Every time it comes up, I just keep forgetting. I would love that. That's a really big feature I would love. Pokey, why don't we see your puppet often anymore? What, a Floinko the paper puppet? I know, it's been years since Floinko's made an appearance. But if you're talking about me popping up visually in I just haven't made a lot of main channel videos. I've had just like a lot of stuff going on, and you know, was sick for a while, and it just, you know, we will. I'm gonna try. I'm trying to make it a habit of, like, most main channel videos are, like, you know, there's more visuals and more of me and all that stuff. It comes and goes, you know. But don't worry, you'll see some real soon. And especially with something like this, like topical stuff that goes right out. Like, you know, I gotta just do the recording and get it out there. Trova, hi Arlo. Mouse Joy-Cons make me think of Kid Icarus Uprising. Ooh, yes. Yes. So excited. Also, maybe MK9 gimmick will be Wonder Seeds. That'd be so cool. I don't think they would do that. I mean, there's a chance it could be like an item. I do want them to include more new, just brand new items. I think that needs to be more of a thing. Really change the Mario Kart experience. I'm tired of all the same old ones. No, that'd be fun though. Something just wacky happens. Roy, there's a rumored Switch 1 Direct next month. I'm slightly hesitant to believe that they would do a specifically Switch 1 Direct immediately followed by Switch 2 Direct. But if it were true, I'll take all the Directs you can give me. I like Nintendo Directs. Hidden Fruit. Hey Arlo, what are your thoughts on making the new Mario Kart character designs more in line with the movie, especially with DK and Bowser? I mean, I think it's fine, and it really might not just be more like, I don't know. If DK is just moving back toward the classic look overall, then that's fine. That's cool. I guess, in the case of this, though, it really does seem more like most of the characters just going back to Mario Kart 64 style rather than movie. So yeah, I don't know if DK and the others are kind of split there or what. I don't know. I think it's fine. I do new things with the characters. I'm fine with that. I'm just happy that Nintendo's getting away with, like, the whole, like, homogenized look for all the characters. Do weird stuff with them. This is just more evidence that they're willing to just change stuff, and I think that's great. Useless Professional, thank you so much for the super. Hey Arlo, I've been following you since I saw someone mention you in the Pikmin 4 reveal comments, and I'm so glad I did. Love you, Arlo. Hey Arlo, if you're interested at all, look at the Silk Song news. Are you just trying to freak out everybody else? There's no Silk Song news, is there? You're just trying to freak out the other people in the chat right now. That's funny, by the way. That's a good way to do that if that's what you're doing. Anyway, thank you, though. Thank you so much. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for following. Thanks for watching. There's no Silksong news, right? Let me go back to live chat. Bait chat. There is? No, there isn't. What is it? No, there kinda. Okay, so is it like just something really maybe news? Oh, okay, so it's like something small. There is maybe news today. Everyone is saying it's kinda, maybe, sorta. So it's another tidbit. Another morsel. All right, I'll look it up. Hold on. Let me look it up. Silksong news. r/Silksong. And it won't load because, you know, I'm live. Did you get me? Did you get me? Many people are saying it might release in 2024. Oh, Team Cherry hints at Silksong news coming soon. So it's one of those. It's one of those like, ooh, maybe. Okay. I mean, that'd be cool. Sacrifice Arlo for a Silksong. Don't. It's mean. Okay, where are we at? That's great though. That's great. I feel like even the developers teasing new info is just like, yeah, whatever, I'll believe it when I see it. Jules. Hey Arlo, love your videos. Are there any new Joy-Con colors you want? I want orange and chrome. Wow. Interesting. I wonder how they'll handle new colors this time. I've never been like super hugely into just like the colors and collecting them. I never really did. I don't know. I guess I just don't care that much. I don't know why. Some nice green ones. I like green. And a nice Arlo blue. Be kind of nice. I like this. I never got any of the Splatoon ones. I always thought they looked cool though. Where like it really looks like there's like paint spilled on them. It's cool. Rainier. Arlo. Thank you. I agree. XS show. Orange/blue equals Samus. Campus C online playtest. That'd be kind of cool. Like Samus Joy-Cons. I like that. I don't know what that last part means, though. I'm sorry. Joiner. Switch 2 and Power Fanny Pack connects to VR. See, the funny... Labo VR really opened the door for, like, the idea of, like, a Switch that sits in a thing. And only if the resolution was high enough. So, you know, this one is probably not going to be, and the screen is so much bigger. But, like, someday... when the tech gets good enough and you can just have like a super high resolution, like retina display or whatever, it's going to look so much better set into a thing that you can put in front of your eyes. So I don't know. But like a fanny pack thing that connects to the VR, that's a cool idea. I don't think Nintendo would do it, but... Steven, canceled SNES mouse game Kid Kirby on Switch 2? Yes, definitely. Illusionary Heart. I think Labo and games that relied on the IR stuff on the original Joy-Cons are probably why they mentioned that not all games will be backwards compatible. Yeah, I think so too. I think that's mainly it. Primarily. I agree. Sonic Starman. Today's been a good day. Switch 2 got revealed, and I just got my learner's permit. Congratulations. Hope you're having a day as awesome as mine. Arlo, love your videos. I am. I'm also having a good day. You know, I never got my permit. I just put off taking the... I took the written test one time, failed, and then never did anything toward it ever again until I was 18. And when you're 18, you don't have to get a permit. You just take the test for your license. Didn't even have to try. I was not that excited about driving. I was terrified of it. Gotta love that anxiety. Love it. John Not Real, my uncle works at Nintendo and said Pikmin 4 visual upgrades plus Cave Creator DLC will be out on launch for $300. Will you be purchasing? I mean, I mean, I'm like trying to like really honestly, realistically, like obviously that couldn't happen, but if it did, would I do it? Would I pay $300 for Cave Creator DLC and visual upgrades? I mean, if it weren't for YouTube, you know, like, because I could do it as a part of my job. So probably, but it's hard. If it was just me, I don't know. I don't know. C is for cursor. C is for cursor. You know what? That's good enough for me. Seriously though, cursor. What if there was a button that just brought up a cursor? And you could just immediately start using either the gyro or the mouse function. Because that way, the software itself, you wouldn't have, it wouldn't be just dependent on what you were playing. You could just immediately switch back and forth. That is a fantastic idea. Good job. I love that idea. Because if it's true that the Switch 2 is going to, like, I mean, you know, they put it in the darn reveal video, the mouse support. That means that it's important enough to mention. And I think integrating a cursor into basically everything, assuming it could use mouse or gyro, that's a great idea. Good job. That's fantastic. Aid Sways, what is up? The games I want most from Switch 2 are Mario Odyssey 2. I want that too. I'm not expecting it, though. And Luigi's Mansion 4. Definitely expecting that. I think maybe even soon. But since I want those, Nintendo is more likely to not give me those. See, I have the opposite thing. They've been giving me everything I want. Everything. No one. Hey, just joined and would like to ask what you think of Nintendo going for a more cartoony style for Mario and company instead of sticking to the generic one. I apologize to anyone who asks a question that has already been asked and answered. I guess I already did. But no, I like it, though. I love it. Change up the characters anytime. Especially go retro, pander to the old folks. Who the 64 was my first one. So, yeah. I love it. I love it. Sicarlo, cousin Sicarlo, can you record the best Q&As and put them into a video? I love the new channel, by the way. Keep up the amazing work. Love your work. I'm gonna say probably not. And the reason, I have a real good reason, and it's because I'm too lazy. Apologies. I don't want to do. I always wonder if like stream highlights and stuff. I know that's a thing I'm probably supposed to do, but I don't want to do it. Oh, it's too hard. Too much work. Sorry. You gotta be there, or you gotta sift through the streams. Thank you, though. Thank you so much. I love you. Much. Gearless. Can we all agree that the eShop needs to be cleaned up? That place is a dumpster fire of things that should not exist, yet they are allowed to. I mean, definitely. Definitely. They really need to change how the eShop works. Really super badly a lot. I mean, it was already, like, asset flips were always a problem, or were already a problem, but now you throw AI into the mix. So now, like, these things are just generated even more quickly and even more just grossly. And yeah, no, it's a problem. And then just the shop itself stinks. So definitely. I think it will. I think it'll be better. I think there's no reason to believe it won't. Blake, do you think we get a dual release of Metroid Prime 4 like we did with Breath of the Wild, or would they delay just to Switch 2 to drive sales? No, I think it's going to release more or less, maybe a little bit before. I don't know. At the same time, I could see them releasing a trailer tomorrow and it releasing in like a few months or something. It's possible. But you know, Nintendo does, if there is a next gen, at least like performance patch, if the game runs better on Switch 2, or maybe not even, they do have something of a history of like releasing a game as a new console releases. Or I mean, I guess that's usually with like a mid-gen upgrade. You know, Majora's Mask with like the new 3DS XL, that kind of thing. Metroid Dread with the Switch OLED. So if there was like a performance patch for a lot of games, if they released Metroid Prime 4, even if it was for just the original Switch, but they released it on the same day as Switch 2, I don't know. At the same time, is that gonna just... No, see, they wouldn't do that because if Mario Kart is going to be a launch title, probably not. So I guess I actually anticipate Metroid Prime 4 just releasing, hopefully before, not after. So I don't think so. I'm sorry. I wish. The Snack Network. If Xbox games come to Switches, what do you want? Viva Pinata. I made a whole video about that. Specifically the second one. That's all I care about from Xbox. Viva Pinata. Filled with fun. Syndicates. Do you like the Beatles? I saw you comment something on a Super Mario 64 sound font of Sgt. Pepper's. It's really funny you say that. Right before the video, I saw a thing pop up for, it was like Forest Temple, if the Beatles sang it or something. I do like the Beatles. I was way more into them in college when I went through my every young person goes through a period of time where they discover music and they think that all modern music is terrible and they think that the only good music is old music. Maybe not as much anymore. Music has really exploded with like the internet and everything. But yeah, I went through my snobby 19-year-old phase, and all that to say, no, I did. I was really into the Beatles, not as much over the years. Although just recently, I put on a couple albums again, started to kind of revisit them. So yeah, I maybe I'll see something of a slight I don't know, re-emerging of my interest. But yeah, I mean their stuff was really great, and there's no possible way to even measure the impact that they had on Western popular music. It's good stuff. Rubik's Cubist. Imagine April Direct comes 32 gigabyte internal storage, no 4K. Well, I'm expecting that one. C button has AI assistant. Beat your games. They better not fumble this. P.S. Bring back Arlocast. We can only hope. We can only hope. I mean, I'm not expecting native 4K, but there'll be some kind of upscaling. But yeah, no, that would AI assistant right on there. Just do what all the other tech companies are doing. Just force it. Love that. Bring back Arlocast? Yeah, maybe. Maybe someday. I don't know. We'll see. Never say never. Zag the Wag. You think Switch 2 will have me begging for a Tamagotchi game? If it doesn't have Mii's, it's ruined. Also, background music in menus. Maybe background music in menus. I don't know if it'll bring back Mii's. They never went away completely. We stopped having them tied to the system. Those puppies are taking a nap. Never seen a dog use a litter box. Weird. Yeah, I don't know. I think it'd be fun. I think it'd be cool. Next gen Mii's. Why not, Hobo Joe, what's up, buddy? Do you think the eShop will carry over compatibility? This isn't the first time we've been here, and I know I'd hate buying my digital games again. I mean, it is true technically that they have not confirmed eShop. They've just said Switch software. Could that just mean regular retail games? I don't know. At the same time, I don't know. Why wouldn't it? I think really the main question is just is it all going to carry over seamlessly? Are developers going to have to do anything on their end? And is there going to be a separate menu for the Switch eShop, which would make it a little bit awkward versus, the other systems where you go and, PS5, all the PS4 games are just kind of there too, or each game will have each one listed under it. I'm kind of because of all the junk they allowed on there, I'm kind of hoping they just get rid of it all. Just kind of start over. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, where am I? Inochi. Hoot evening, Arlo. I don't know if that meant good or goot, but hoot evening to you as well. Longtime fan, and thank you for your vids. Thank you. Thank you for thanking me. Thank you for being here. Useless professional. I know it's been asked a million times, but I'm giving you money, so you have to answer. Did you actually play and or enjoy Hollow Knight? It has indeed been asked quite a lot, but I will answer it again because it is true. You have given me money. Yeah, I played it a good chunk, and then I got to a hard boss. I can't remember the name of the boss. A wizard something or other. and it was really hard, and I'm fine with hard bosses. I'm not fine with having to spend 5 minutes running back to the boss every time. It's the same reason I almost didn't even get into FromSoft games, even though they're my favorite games in the world now, because the runbacks in the original Dark Souls were so horrible, and I really almost gave up. And in the case of Hollow Knight, I guess I kind of did. I put it down, and I was so annoyed with it, I just didn't want to do it anymore. And I know there's like a shortcut to it, but like it's not long enough. It's still like several minutes of running back. I cannot stand it. Just let me fight the darn boss again. And I never picked it up again. And, you know, it's a Metroidvania. You have to remember where you are. So I reached that point where it's like, okay, I'm going to have to start it over again. And I just haven't made the time. I will someday. I have been thinking about it recently. I finally got around to playing Blasphemous again. So, you know, I'm in a bit of a Metroidvania mood. I will someday. Maybe I'll stream it. Probably not, though, because everyone is going to know a lot more about it than me, and they're going to get mad at me when I make mistakes, so we'll see. Jackbot. Love your vids, Arlo. Switch 2 made my day great until I saw that the guy who directed Twin... Oh, yeah, David Lynch died today. Yeah. Real bummer. I mean, I know he was fairly old, and he was very sick. Like, he's been sick for a bit. It already seemed like he probably wouldn't be able to make movies anymore. Yeah, that's a bummer. It's funny because I've never actually seen any of his movies, but it was very recently, within like the last year, that I just started watching videos about him. Just like he recorded himself a lot, and there were just like a lot of interviews and things, and just random little videos, and they're so funny and amazing, and he just had so many cool insights into just like, I don't know, life, the universe, and everything. And I absolutely adore the man, even if I haven't already like watched his movies. Really sad to hear that he died. Yeah, I have a shopping cart with his there's like 2 main like books he wrote. He wrote a book and co-wrote a book, and I'm definitely gonna get them. Yeah, I retweeted him making quinoa. It was a really awesome video. My friend Brendan posted. Go check that out on my Blue Sky. It's like 20 minutes long of him making quinoa, and it's amazing. Yeah, super sad, though. Rainier, next Zelda has same Hyrule as Tears of the Kingdom. Do you buy? I mean, it's my job to buy, so yeah. That's always the answer with Nintendo. Would you buy it? Yeah, I'd get a video out of it, right? You know? That would be weird. I mean, I wouldn't imagine that they would do that without there being something really, really different about it. Build a city on top. Ingbling? Ingbeng? Ingabeng? I had to read that like 3 times. I think Metroid Prime 4 will be coming out on both Switch 1 and 2 like Zelda releases before. I wish I thought that. I want that. I don't expect it, though. Lisai. It sways... Off topic, but I have to know what you thought of Sonic 3. I personally thought it was terrible, so I can only imagine what you thought of it. I actually haven't seen it. I don't know. I've considered taking my nephew. I might still do that. And, you know, maybe do a patient and carefully worded review. I don't know, though. I've heard good things, but I also heard really good things about 2, and I really, really hated 2. So I don't know. Maybe I'll see it. We'll see. We'll see if I want to poke that hornet's nest again. Sean, I've been holding on to hope of getting Prime 2 and 3 before Prime 4, but at this point, I think it's a lost cause. I really wanted to play them first. Yeah, I mean, it's still technically possible, but it is true that that window is getting quite small, isn't it? It really is like, all right, especially if we think that they're... It would be silly of them not to release it at least before the Switch 2 comes out. Otherwise, it's going to be completely overshadowed. And yeah, so if that's true, then like, yeah, they're running out of time to reveal and release 2 and 3. And it would be silly if they didn't, unless they're holding out for a Prime Trilogy remastered on Switch 2. Get my hopes up there. We'll see. Especially if it's true, the rumor that they were originally... now we have even more reason to believe that they actually were going to be remastering all of them in the style of the first game that the remaster they did. So it's like, I mean, you got to give us something. You can't just completely cancel the whole thing. At least give us a basic upscale or whatever. Marco, I was still in undergrad when the Switch 2 came out. Now I have my master's. Nice job. And I'm expecting my first child. Congratulations. Time is crazy. Also, R.I.P. David Lynch. Congratulations. Wow. Just great job. Great job, Marco Mendoza. That's fantastic to hear. Love it. Hidden Chest, what's up? No message, but I give you my greetings. That was me. That wasn't Hidden Chest. That was me talking to Hidden Chest. Good channel. Go check it out. Sicarlo. I respect the lazy answer. Here's another $2. Thank you for the $2. Thank you. You're amazing. Gibber Woods. Hey, Arlo. Always look forward to see your vids. I always look forward to seeing your comments. I noticed lately Ninty titles go for bland text, i.e. MP superstars, instead of the wacky text. Thoughts? I mean, yeah, it's funny because it's probably not as bad as it was during like the 3DS and Wii U years, but the 3DS and Wii U years was definitely when we started to see like the really like weird, lame kind of just like 2-word subtitles. And Mario Party in particular has a really bad track record with that. Nintendo is all about like being unique, and branding is really important. So I cannot understand why they would have so many Mario Party games with the word stars in it. I don't know why they would have Super Mario Party and then Mario Party Superstars. It's just confusing. And like Superstars is, I don't know. It's just very bland. Jamboree. That's an okay name. I like that. But yeah, the whole like, I don't know. Not always a fan of the names they give their games. But what are you gonna do? Let's see. Oz. Hey, Arlo, big fan. Thank you. Notice most of your recent streams, Game Awards, Echoes of Wisdom, etc., still aren't on Arlo Plays. Are they somewhere else? In the case of Echoes of Wisdom, I think I probably forgot. Apologies. I like that ad. Just like a frozen image that just lasts like 3 seconds. I like that. Can we have more of those? In the case of the Game Awards, I literally deleted it because so many people misinterpreted what I was saying about Okami 2 that I just was getting a humongous wave of hate. It was just like becoming this thing. Arlo hates Okami. It's not true at all. I just deleted it because I didn't want to deal with it. Maybe I could have clipped that part out or something, but I thought it was just not worth the trouble. So oh no, it was that. And then also apparently there is a limit of how much people will tolerate reading super chats. I think today it's okay because this is just about talking while looking at puppies napping. You know, I'm on that note. When do the puppies wake up? Oh, they're napping hard. They are napping hard. Here we go. All right, let's skip ahead a little bit. Good nap. But yeah, I guess in the case of the Game Awards, I let it go a little bit too far, and I was reading chats too much instead of watching the thing. And so yeah, almost all the comments were just overwhelmingly negative, so I just deleted it. Apologies. It is lost to time. And then I meant to upload at least my reactions to some stuff, and also forgot. Emerald Axe. Thoughts on Don Hertzfeldt. Also, rip David Lynch. Yes, rip David Lynch. Thoughts on Don Hertzfeldt. Amazing. There are still works of his that I need to watch. I still haven't watched World of Tomorrow Parts 1 through 3. And he's got a new one out. I have the Blu-ray. I bought that along with the Blu-ray of It's a Beautiful Day. It's such a beautiful day. And that movie was so emotionally devastating. And I watched that like enough years ago that like now I feel like I'm even like a different person, and I feel like I'm even more just into just pondering the nature of life, and I'm even more like sensitive to that kind of thing. So like I am terrified to watch it again. Absolutely terrified, and I need to someday, but I feel like I will just cry until there's no water left in my body and I die. But Don Hertzfeldt is a genius. He's a complete genius. How do you make a movie? Just like an hour and something long movie, literally with stick figures, all animated in camera, no post effects at all, none, and have it be like the most emotionally devastating experience ever. Just the most just soul ripping. It's just If anyone wants to cry till there's no more tears and you die, it's Such a Beautiful Day by Don Hertzfeldt. It's messed up. Viper Breeze. Hey, Arlo. It's that old Sekiro guy. I don't know how I don't remember. I need to remember Viper Breeze. You know the drill. I do know the drill. Thank you for the super, buddy. Thank you so much. And you know what? You might be kind of wearing me down. I don't know. I'm not just saying this to get you to give me more. You're already very generous, but I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's starting to work. I'm not sure. I feel like at some point recently, I was like on the shop and I'm like looking at Sekiro and it's on sale and I'm like, I don't know. Maybe one of these days when at least when I like finally run out of FromSoft games to play. I feel like I'll have a much better chance then when I've played all of them just enough times and I'm just like, well, I mean, there's nothing left. Might have to try Sekiro, but thank you. Squid Channel, what's up? Always lovely to see you. They've said it for years that the Nintendo account system will continue to their next systems into the future. That includes purchases, unless they explicitly want to upset people. eShop will be fine. Yeah, I think so too. I can't imagine a scenario where it won't be the case. I think you're right. And yeah, they have said that. I mean, even kind of a long time ago. I feel like it was pretty early in the Switch's life. They were talking about how like Nintendo accounts, that's a really important thing and it's going to be around and they're going to carry over. At the same time, I remember I think it was Reggie before the Switch being like, we're aware of the fact that you guys bought a lot of stuff on Virtual Console and we don't want all that to just go away. We're aware that that's a thing, and then it went away. So I don't know. Useless Professional again, thank you. Stream Hollow Knight, I'll give you my life and soul. I don't know if YouTube supports those kinds of donations. Twitch might. Maybe. I don't know. I really am afraid of just like playing the game that people fanatically love and like not being very good at it. We'll see. Christopher, thank you so much for the very generous donation. Thank you. Love your videos. Thanks for what you do. I'm an industry game artist, and your videos are nice to have on while I draw at work. Oh, that's nice. Thank you. That's awesome. Also, cute puppies. They look like my cat Kirby lols. And thanks for introducing me to Pikmin. Yay. I always appreciate when people mention me introducing them to Pikmin. That always makes me feel really nice. You are welcome, and thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the comment. The lovely message. A lot of new people here. I'm seeing a lot of new people. A lot of new people in the chat. Uh-oh. We're slowing down again. Hold on. My computer is being slow. Oh, come on. It's freezing. I want to read the chat. Comics Ario. Hi, Arlo. Love your videos. This might be a super random question. I love super random questions. But what are your favorite music genres, and do you like the Beatles at all? Is that just a coincidence? Or is it because of that Ocarina of Time thing? Because someone else just asked me if I love the Beatles earlier. That's really funny if that's a coincidence. I do like the Beatles. Yeah, I will answer again briefly. No, I like the Beatles. I was into them a lot in college. And then kind of went through a long period where I didn't listen as much. But like recently I've started to be like, yeah, I might put some Beatles on again. I really appreciate just like what they accomplished just like during that period of history. Oh no. Oh no. No. Don't go away. The stream. Are we still good? Are we still here? No! Are we still here? Am I still streaming? Am I fine? I'm still okay. Oh, I guess that means... Oh, okay, I get it, yeah. Because that means that Chrome crashed, but OBS kept going. Okay, good. I was scared. I thought I lost you. Don't ever do that again. Anyway, yeah. No, I just the cultural impact of the Beatles, like it's absolutely incredible what they did. Now it's working better. I guess I'm glad that it crashed because now it's working better. Now I gotta find my spot though. So many chat messages. I cannot read them all. I cannot. But yeah, Comic Sorry. Thank you so much. Thank you for the super. You're amazing. Trev the Beast. Still waiting for Twilight Princess and Wind Waker HD. I refuse to let the flame die out. P.S. Love your videos. Thank you. Don't let it die. We will demand that these games be available in some way. Where are they? Like, come on. And I hope Nintendo isn't too cheap to do a 2-pack. Especially when, like, these are last-gen games. You know, like, just give it to us. Don't, like, remaster them again. Just give us the HD ones. Whatever. Sharp Edge, what's up, buddy? What's up, buddy? Remember cross-gen Breath of the Wild Switch sales, like, doubled the amount of the next best-selling Zelda? Maybe this can happen to Metroid? I would like that. I mean, that's why the best-case scenario would be, like, a cross-gen thing, or a next-gen patch. That's what's so... I can't get my hopes up because that scenario would be too good. Because people are going to... Whenever a system first launches, attach rates for basically any game are so much higher than they would otherwise be. Because everybody just wants something to play on their new system. So if on day one, Switch 2 had like some game, some maybe, I don't know. I don't know. It is true that on launch day, they are munching each other's noses. It is true that on a launch day, you are releasing more than one game at a time. It's really the only time when a company is going to release more than one game at once. But like having Metroid Prime 4 and it looks better on Switch 2, that would encourage a lot of sales. A lot of people would just be looking for something cool, something, you know, close to 4K, some high resolution, nice looking game to play on their Switch 2. It would just be perfect. It would be really good. That could really help. So like, yeah, it releasing close to Switch 2 could either be a really bad thing for it or really good. We'll see. Veggie. Arlo, is your real name Archibald Lopez? No. Sorry to disappoint you. Or relieve you? I don't know. Gingerfish. I love your videos. Have you ever played Outer Wilds, or do you plan to? I do plan to. I know I need to. I know everyone says it's like the best game ever, and it's exactly my kind of game. I believe them completely. I just need to get around to playing it. I think I even own it. So I probably have it on Xbox or something. No, I hear it's great. King Ralph. Is the Wii U a retro console now? I don't even know. I don't think anyone knows anymore. I don't think anyone knows what retro means. We can't just go by number of years anymore. It stopped feeling right, you know? Xbox 360 comes out and like, oh, Super NES is retro. And that was like 15 years before, you know? And so now it's like, I'm not going to call Xbox 360 retro. Or Xbox One or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. What even is retro? Fight, fight, fight. Get him! Get him! Ah! Jaden Man, thank you for the super. Will, hi Arlo, you're my favorite Muppet. Who's yours? Okay, well, I mean, one, I'm not a Muppet. There, right there. I'm not a character created by Jim Henson. My favorite Muppet. Okay, well, okay. it's okay. If you if you want to talk about the primary Muppet troupe, it's Gonzo. And if you want to talk about Muppet originated character who probably now is not legally referred to as a Muppet, but was originally created as one of Jim Henson's Muppets, it's Boober Fraggle. It's my favorite. Both Dave Goelz. I just love Dave Goelz. Jennifer Greel. Where do you think? What do you think of Nintendo disrespecting Legacy, Rare's Legacy by redesigning DK? I would not consider that disrespecting a legacy. I would consider that just a character redesign, which can happen at any time for any reason. I know there is like the idea maybe that like they're trying to distance themselves from the Rare design of DK and go back to a more original, but like I don't know, it's just a creative decision. I don't see it as anything negative. Yeah, so I'm fine with it. I mean, like I'm more of a fan of the more modern Rare, or I guess it kind of went over to whatever, like modern DK. I think I'm more of a fan of modern DK than classic DK, but at the same time, change is fine. Change is good. I'm fine with it. Elise T, what's up? Do Bloodborne next. Well, like streaming. I started Dark Souls 3. I got to keep playing Dark Souls 3. I do want to play Bloodborne. I'm kind of out of like the primary FromSoft games. I'm kind of saving it for last. Maybe it's not a good idea, but I don't know. I'm kind of holding out hope for, a remaster or something foolishly. Each year that goes by that I don't play Bloodborne, I put it off. Whoa, they're getting the camera. Whoa, this is crazy. I think maybe next year will be the year. So I don't know. I will one of these days. These puppies are going wild. Savage. Next then. I'm particularly excited for Switch 1 games that will perform better out the gate on Switch 2 without patches like Echoes of Wisdom, Age of Calamity, etc. Well, I think no matter what, they're going to need a patch. I think no matter what, you need something to tell the software to utilize the better hardware. But, I would hope that those things were free, and easily downloadable. I am also very, very excited about that idea. Very much. Age of Calamity would be awesome. Awesome to play. Upgraded. Because, yeah, like that game struggled a lot. Louis Robinson or Louis, I never know how to make the distinction. Hi, Arlo. Unrelated question. There are no unrelated questions when we're just shooting the breeze or whatever. Have you seen the new Wallace and Gromit film yet? If so, thoughts. Love your content. Thank you. I have not. It's on Netflix now. I need to see it. I think I am excited, and I have heard nothing but good things about it. I think when Matter of Loaf and Death came out, it was fun, but it kind of felt like it barely touched the originals, and I think I just need to watch it again to be sure. I really only watched it the one time, and that came out like after Curse of the Were-Rabbit, so like 2007 or something, just like a million years ago by now. So no, I need to watch that again, and yeah, I think me not clicking with that one has made me not like super duper eager to watch the new one, because I'm kind of just, I don't know. Things are never as good as they used to be. And you know what? That's the other thing. It's Chicken Run. I absolutely adored the original Chicken Run. I saw it like a million times, even when it was just in theaters. I was like in high school or something, and I loved it so much. And everything I've seen about the new one, it just doesn't look that good. It kind of looks like it misses the point and doesn't have the same, like, I don't know, charm or quality or humor or anything. So I haven't seen that either. And so now I'm kind of in this weird, like, Aardman slump, where I just, like, I don't know what I feel anymore. I'm too scared of watching it and not liking it. And just being like, oh, I guess Aardman's not good anymore either. I don't know. I know it's too negative, but I'll watch it one of these days. It looks good. I mean, like on Rotten Tomatoes, it's like 100% or something. Everybody loves it. So I don't know. We'll see. I think I'm also slightly iffy on the idea of bringing back Feathers McGraw, just because, like, I don't know. I don't want to call it pandering. It's definitely like fan service, and I don't like fan service. And I don't know. The original Wrong Trousers is like one of the best pieces of cinema that's just ever existed. So that's also kind of a thing, a reason I'm a little nervous about it. But whatever. It's probably great. Useless Professional, you are being very generous today. Thank you. I think the boss you talked about earlier was Soul Master. That's it. Yes, you're right. Which has one of the worst walkbacks in the game, but there are only a handful of those. Well, I mean, even if there's a handful, that means that there's more. It means that there's a few more than that one. I just can't handle it. I can't stand it. Why? Why? You're designing a game. I just don't understand it. You're playtesting the game, and you die, and you're running back, and you're running and running and running and running, and it's just taking entire minutes to get back. How are you not thinking, hey, why don't we just put a checkpoint somewhere closer? I cannot understand it. And then not even patching one in later. I don't know. It must be purposeful design. It must be that's just part of the challenge. It's not challenging to me. It's just annoying. It wastes my time, and it makes me not want to play. I'm getting annoyed just thinking about it. Hopefully, I have played a lot of FromSoft games since then, though. So maybe I'll be better. Maybe I'm a better gamer. I'll beat it in 3 tries. The problem is when I'm so bad at a boss that I feel like I don't even get a chance to learn it. That's the real problem. It's just moments and I'm dead and I'm like, okay, I don't even feel like I learned one attack pattern for that death. I didn't even get it. And this boss has however many attack patterns. That's why I've had so much trouble with the Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree bosses. It feels like some of these bosses, just every time they attack me, it's a different attack. It feels like they have 59 attacks. And it's just, how am I going to learn them all? You know? You got to run all the way back for a hope that you can learn an attack? I don't know. The theater guy. I lost my place on the page because this thing is annoying. Why does it do it? Why does it do it to me? Thank you for the super. Hey, Arlo. How do you ground your epistemology, considering using your senses to justify the reliability of your senses is circular reasoning? That's a very good question. I off the top of my head, I cannot remember quite. See, that's funny. I've actually looked up this word before. I don't know why it doesn't stick in my head. The theory of knowledge, especially with regard to its methods, validity, and scope. Epistemology is the investigation of what distinguishes justified belief from opinion. And your question is, how do you ground your epistemology, considering using your senses to justify the reliability of your senses? The way I deal with that is I believe that their meaning is fake and all of our senses are unreliable, and I just kind of accept that. To answer your question, I try not to ever believe that I'm 100% right about anything because we are all so incredibly fallible, and the individual perception of every single individual person and then every single organism capable of some kind of sensory perception, it's all completely different. There is no objective reality. So I just kind of try to not think about it and play Pikmin. I hope that answers your question. I like that question, though. Let's get some more. Let's get some more of that. Let's get some more pondering existence stuff. That's a growing interest of mine. Chara, I'm not going to say the whole thing. PU was the stepping stone to creating the Switch. You're not wrong. They learned a lot of lessons from the Wii U and carried over those lessons to the Switch. And it's funny because that whole thing, that whole experience kind of mirrors the Zelda experience. Skyward Sword was great in a lot of ways, but they just made a lot of mistakes and they learned from those mistakes and they pivoted really hard. And that's how we got Breath of the Wild. And that ended up doing very, very well for them. So it was a time of great learning, which is a great reminder that sometimes you gotta fail to learn. You gotta do and you gotta mess up to learn how to do it right. Talking Sock, hey, what's up? Any hope for a return to form for Paper Mario on Switch 2? I mean, at this point, it's not impossible anymore. It felt like kind of impossible before. So it's not impossible, but it's still not something that I'm willing to bet on. Just because, like, yeah, they brought back Super Mario RPG, they brought back Mario and Luigi, so they still don't really have a need to make Paper Mario an RPG again. They might just try to do something totally different, all like new and different all over again. But there's hope. There's some hope, at least. You know, they recognize that there's a desire for it. They remastered Thousand Year Door, and that sold okay. So yeah, you know, who knows? Telling the tale. Do you believe Mario Kart will be a system seller? In the past, it has been positioned as an impulse buy for existing owners. Feels like New Super Mario Bros. U in 2012. I think that Mario Kart 8 Deluxe sold so well that I feel like it has to be a system seller. I feel like it kind of has to be. It is true. There's at least a chance that there's a good number of people who will just get it because they're getting a Switch also, and it's just like an easy buy. But I think it probably will. I think enough people like Mario Kart that it probably, yes. I think it's, if that's a launch day game, I think Switch 2s are going to be flying off the shelves. I think it'll do pretty all right. Man, those puppies. Look at those puppies. They're just having a great time. I probably had similar thoughts when we were watching the kitties that one time, but man, sometimes I just wish I were a puppy. Sometimes I wish I were just a puppy in a pen, having a good time, just playing, you know? Playing, eating, sleeping. What else do you need to do? Life is so simple, you know? Life is so simple. Anyway, Phil. I think the new DK design, movie included, is an excellent blend of old Miyamoto DK and modern rare DK and looks great. Cheers, Arlo. Pikmin 5, 2026. Oh. Ooh, I hope so. They said they want to do it faster. How fast is faster? You already have the bones of Pikmin 4. You just kind of continue that. 3 years? Huh? Maybe? Yeah, good. I think the design is cool, too. I'm not the biggest fan of of quite that far of the retro look with the eyes. But I also don't really care that much. So I think different is fine. Old is fine. Whatever. Yeah. It's good design. It's cute. It's really cute. I do like seeing a more classic design in like a modern light. I think that is actually fun in its own way. The avatar here. Hey Arlo, FromSoft has said that long runbacks give you time to think about your failure. They must have finally realized people think faster than that. Yes, exactly. I've heard a lot of people, defend runbacks and say that they personally like them. And that's not wrong, obviously. Everybody has their own opinion, and that's that. It gives them time to think about it so they don't feel like they're beating their head against the wall. I don't know. I don't want that. I don't want that time to ponder. And because it's not just about running back, you're also like avoiding enemies the whole time. And if there are enemies that are hard to avoid and you like are forced to fight them or risk them hitting you because you tried to run past them, like it's just annoying. It's just not. Yeah, you're right. I think most people do think faster than that. I just don't want that. I guess it's just a personal preference thing, but I feel like if you're going to choose between the two, choose the one that is less likely to scare away players. Just from a business standpoint, don't do the one that makes people quit. Like I said, I very nearly quit the original Dark Souls, and if I had done that, I was a hair away. And if that had happened, I might not have ever played any of the others. Maybe I would have, maybe I still would have tried Elden Ring, but maybe not, because I wouldn't have fallen in love with Dark Souls and then been excited for Elden Ring. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't like it. I am anti-runbacks. Cyrus. Been enjoying your content, Arlo. Thank you. Any plans to make future Jim Henson or Muppet videos, like any reviews of the films or more media? I absolutely want to. I would love to talk about the movies. I've had ideas of like doing a big Fraggle Rock thing. I feel like I've considered doing like a podcast series of doing like each episode. I love the idea. At the very least, I actually am planning on, I just have been distracted, but Sesame Street. There's been some like Sesame Street news, and you know, the company's kind of in trouble. And I thought it would make for a good topic, Arlo. So that might be coming soon. What are they doing? Well, they're just, oh no, they're double teaming the camera. They just both got the same idea at the same time. That was fun. Thank you for your question. Yes, no, I would love to do more Muppet stuff. Absolutely. Mr. Pogostick. That's a thing. Hey, Arlo. A while back, you got sponsored by Audible, and you mentioned in that sponsor segment that you read Mistborn by Brandon Sanderson. Did you read anything else in the Cosmere? I have to know. I did end up reading that whole trilogy. I have not read more than that. I haven't had time. I borrowed like all of the books from my friend Brian, and then I had to give them back because I moved away. Loved the trilogy though, absolutely. Mistborn, that like first trilogy, I recommend it to any fantasy fan. Really, super incredibly good. I was kind of floored by just the plot, just how it played out, and how all the elements of the world, and how many mysteries there were, and how much of it like got solved, and how it all tied together. Really intricately plotted. Really, really good, and I loved it. And one of these days I would absolutely love to read more Brandon Sanderson. I just don't have a lot of time for books, which is funny because I have actually been reading a lot more recently than I have in the past than I usually do. I have been finally making more time for reading, but I've been reading way more nonfiction, which is a big change for me. It's a really very big and new thing for me. Usually I'm like, nonfiction, boring. I'd rather read like people swinging swords at each other or whatever. But yeah, one of these days I definitely will. Thank you. Mitch Pitch. Do you ponder if your existence is formulated by fatalism, and do you ever confuse this with determinism? Can't remember fatalism. I remember fatalism. What is that again? Looking it up. The belief that events are predetermined and beyond human control. Oh no, I'm 100% naturalist. To answer that question, I'm team determinism. So, not going to open up that whole discussion today. But yeah, determinism makes a lot of sense to me. Personally, maybe that'll be the subject of a stream someday. It just makes sense. It just makes logical sense. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people struggle with that idea, or it just makes sense to me. Zub Mur, what's up, my friend? My good friend. I watched Talking Sock, Ant Dude, and Nintendo Forecast, and I want to see a bunch of collabs between you and all of them. Arlocast guests, maybe. That's the thing about collabs. I'll always say the same thing. Love the idea of collabs, and I just rarely do them because I'm really bad at just making good on those kinds of promises and making time. Stop attacking the camera. Also, don't stop attacking the camera because it's awesome. Just destroying that camera. Wreck it. Bring down the system. But yeah, I love the idea. It rarely happens, but I love the idea. That's what I'll give you. Thank you. Paradox Portals. Hi, Arlo. How do you feel about Muppet Vision 3D at Disney World closing? I wonder how, if it will be preserved in the future, as Disney claims. Did they say that? That'd be good if they said that. I mean, I never got to see it. It is a little sad. I mean, it's one of those things where, like, I want to be mad that they're taking it down, but I also recognize that, like, it's super old. I can't even believe it lasted as long as it did. And Disney is always going to be upgrading the park. They're always going to be putting in more relevant things. It's a shame that the Muppets aren't relevant enough anymore, but they had to make room for Monsters, Inc. or whatever. So it is a little bit sad, but it's also like, I don't know. Things change, you know? If they do preserve it in some way, I'd love to just like watch it, you know, even if I can't live the experience, even if just like preserving, like, giving us like a nice like high res, like remastered version of it or something would be pretty cool. Steven, can't believe we're getting a new Star Fox and Fire Emblem this year, and I will be completely justified in my anger if we don't get one. In all seriousness, Star Fox with mouse controls could work. I think a new Star Fox... I mean, you technically can never... They're kissing. They're giving kisses. Puppy kisses. Stop giving puppy kisses. I'm trying to do a thing. 3. Ah! Stop it. Oh, the puppy kisses. No, not 4. Good. Get out of there. Star Fox is funny because, you know, it plenty likely to not ever. I mean, okay. We'll always someday get a new Star Fox. You never know when, because, you know, it's kind of Miyamoto's baby, and you know how Miyamoto is, not wanting to do anything unless it can be wildly new in some bizarre way that half of your audience might hate. But I think it's plenty likely that we get a new Star Fox this generation. And you know what? Especially with the whole mouse thing, I think you're right. I think you're right. Don't separate the cursor from the thing. Whatever. I'm going to complain about Star Fox Zero. I think we could. And new Fire Emblem is inevitable. They make them like crazy now. You know, I mean, I think it might have been just a little bit. It might be a little too soon for a brand new mainline, but like, I don't know. Next year after that, like, it'll happen for sure. We'll probably get a couple of Fire Emblems on Switch 2. I'd be kind of happy if they just did like one, but like made it like really nice graphics and stuff. You know, really, the other games did not look great. Three Houses did not look great. I loved it though. Atomic Bomb, you skipped my $20 super. Did I? No, I didn't. What? When? Oh man, I'm trying so hard here. I try so hard, and I try so hard. How did I skip that? That's funny. I saw the other ones. Forgiveness. Thank you for reminding me. Atomic Bomb, here, take my money. It's a really generous super chat. Thank you so much. I'm glad I was able to find it. Do you think Pikmin 5 will happen, and would you want it to be after Pikmin 3 with the story intact, or continue the reboot type deal they did? Also, what is your opinion on getting a new Yoshi game? No, I mean, it will happen. I trust them when they say that they want to not make us wait so long. Response to 4 was really good, and now they've done a modern one. They have a new system. I think it'll be easier for them to make another new one. I mean, I don't like what they did with the story. I don't know if I would want them to just like, I don't like retcon again and like go back. So I don't even know where I am with the story and what I want from them. I just want more Pikmin, honestly. And a new Yoshi game. I'm not like a Yoshi fan. I played Crafted World and I liked it, and I know people were kind of lukewarm on it. I liked it fine. I heard Woolly World is really good. If we get a new Yoshi game, I just want them to finally go 3D. I'm tired of waiting. You know, I just like, just make them all 3D. Just Kirby went 3D and sold really, really well. So just come on. That's what I want from Yoshi. Otherwise, I'm pretty neutral. There, I answered that. Forgiveness for skipping over you. Where am I? Ba-do-do-do. I'm scrolling back down. Jawbreaker, what's up? I read it. Nope, and then it just refreshes the thing. I read a statement that Switch 2 won't be backwards compatible with all Switch games, and honestly, that worries me. Yeah, we've talked about that a couple times. I think it's just like Labo and stuff that like utilizes the IR sensor or whatever. I'm not worried about it. I think it's just, they just wanted to tell us that, you know, technically speaking, not every single individual game is going to work, but otherwise, I see no reason why they won't. J Star Shroom, thank you for the super. Tundra Man. Hey, Arlo, should I try Metroid Prime series because Metroid Prime 4 is coming this year? I mean, I'm going to say yeah. Of course I am. I think everybody should. I mean, Metroid Prime 1 does have problems. You know, I think there are plenty of people who have played it way after the fact, you know, even with the remaster, and been like, I don't get it. I don't get the hype. It's true that, like, it's really easy to get lost. You can spend some time, like, running around. For me, though, like, the vibes are unmatched. I love the game. So honestly, I couldn't tell you if you'll love it or not, but like, I don't know. I'll still say yes. Definitely. The Alec Powers. Arlo, you're such a Sigma dude, you rock. Marry me? I'll have to turn you down only because we haven't met in person, you know? I just don't know. I don't know. Who's to know? Gotta be wary of people online. Aster, what do you think about the new Mario Kart using the classic movie designs for the characters? Are you excited to race in Radiator Springs? That's funny. I can't go too far into that because I've been asked that a good few times now this stream. Overall, I am positive. I think it's good. I think it's fun. I like the classic designs. It's fine. It's good. I'm not too opinionated on it one way or the other. My whole point, a good friend, we go way back. Way back. Hey, Arlo, what third-party games would you like to see at launch? Mega Man games are a system seller for me. I mean, like Resident Evil and Elden Ring. I don't know. Those are probably... Mass Effect trilogy would be pretty cool. Not that I want to support EA, but, like, that would be cool. I'm just thinking about, like, my favorite, like, non-Nintendo stuff, and it's, like, Resident Evil. You know, like any of them. 7, 8, 4 remake, 2, whatever. I just love Resident Evil. Yeah, Elden Ring would be cool. I would like that. I already have Elden Ring on my Steam Deck, so I can technically already play it handheld. But at the same time, if it ran a little better, it's a little shaky on Steam Deck. So, I don't know. Sinclair, what are your thoughts on this theory that occurred to me today? Switch 2 is codenamed Ounce because OZ is sort of an alphabetical increment of NX. Huh. That's interesting. I don't know. That's a perfectly fine theory, I suppose. Puppies are kissing again. Yeah, thank you. You very well could be right. The coolest bro. Would you ever want to read a serialized Mario comic in the style of Sonic comics? I think I probably am past the point of, like, really wanting that kind of thing for myself. It'd be cool, though. I mean, like, yeah. I'd definitely, like, check it out, you know, just to, like, give my thoughts on it or whatever. It would be fun. That would kind of require them to come up with, like, a consistent Mario story kind of thing, and I don't think they ever would. It'd be fun, though. I think it'd be cool to try that out. Try the light. Puppies.exe. Acquire happiness while friend talks about my special interest of the week. Be there, be there, be there. Yeah. Puppies are good. I agree. Puppy.exe. Yellow Eves. Hi. Hi. All right. Yeah. Yep. Is it? Hey, did I finally reach the end? I think I finally ran out of yeah, okay. Oh, Rydogzilla. Hey, Arlo, been watching a long time. Wanted to ask you what you think has taken the Twilight Princess Wind Waker port so long. P.S. Make the puppies the new mascots. I mean, the puppies are at least the mascots of this stream. I mean, next time it'll probably be a different cute animal. No, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is with the Zelda. Part of me, like, I don't like the idea, but part of me just thinks that, like, Nintendo so often just operates just on whatever they feel like doing. And I could see them, like, making those games, and then, like, the Switch comes out, and they're like, well, I mean, we don't want to, like, re-release them again and have to, like, you know, we had fun doing the other ones. We all, like, got together and we're like, oh, yeah, let's do a new, like, Wind Waker and Twilight Princess. But now we would have to do the same thing, but just remove the gamepad support. That's not fun. Nintendo likes to do what's fun, you know? So I don't know. I could see them just kind of not feeling like it. I don't like that idea, but it could be. So it could just be they don't want to. They just don't want to. They don't want to do the same game, but removing a feature so that it works. I don't know. Hopefully we get them someday. It's just going to be even more awkward now. Because if you gave it to us on Switch, the graphics are, like, more or less the same. But now if it's on Switch too, people are going to be like, what, you didn't even, like, upgrade it more? You know, you're going to have to, like, make it a little bit more appropriate for, like, next-gen system. I don't know. I don't know. I am having fun. I'm having fun. This is nice. This is really nice. You know, streaming games is fun, but it's fun to just talk to. I like it. I'm going to take a drink of water now. Whoops. It's in a metal cup, that's why I made that noise. With a straw. A metal straw. People make fun of me for it. I'm done drinking the water. Oh, frog puppet. If there had been no leaks, would this reveal have been much, much more impactful? I feel that we really got the bare minimum. I cannot answer that too much, for that is probably going to be the subject of an upcoming video. But I think it probably would have been more fun, yeah. I think so. I think the leaks probably did kind of tamper the excitement a good bit. If I'm honest. Sam Hansen. Arlo, have you watched Severance on Apple TV Plus? I have not. I don't think I want to. I think the premise is too disturbing and stressful to me. I think it just... I don't know. It's a little too nightmarish, you know? So I don't think I hear it's good, though. Mitch Pitch. If you had to travel 15 miles to get to a safe location as any creature, but the government is shooting down any suspicious animal, what do you choose? I'm not 100% sure I understand the question, but I thank you profusely for the super, and I wish you well. Forgiveness. Pompano. Thoughts on the price? I think it'll be 400. I think that's pretty much what we can expect. Any more would feel kind of ridiculous. Any less is probably just not likely. The original Switch launched at 300, and now inflation has gone crazy. The yen is weak, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. Probably 400. And I don't know. I guess I'm fine with that. Whatever. It's a new system. You know, I do it once every generation. So, eh. Tis what tis. Tis what tis. These puppies are getting sleepy again, I think. I don't know. They're slowing down. Do you think they might nap again? Or are they getting hungry? They're getting all sniffy. They're sniffing. That puppy's sniffing like crazy. They might sense food coming. They're looking. Maybe they're sniffing and they're hearing. I don't know. Is puppy chow time coming? I could go for that. Mr. Game Master, would you prefer Mario Odyssey 2 or Galaxy 3? I would prefer Odyssey 2. I think Galaxy games are great. But if it was a direct sequel to a Galaxy game, I imagine it would probably have the same format and thus be a lot more linear. Probably. They could technically take the idea and make it more open. I just don't think they would. I also just have a little bit less affection for the Galaxy games than most people. I love Odyssey, and I think the Odyssey concept, you know, the capture mechanic, I think there's still so much untapped potential there. So much. I feel like at least just as much as Galaxy, Odyssey deserved a sequel because of just the potential. So I'd want Odyssey too. But I think that ship has sadly sailed. Knucklehead, Arlo, thank you for being a light in an often gray world. That's very sweet of you to say. Always love hearing your ramblings and hope you're feeling healthy. Love from up north. Thank you. I am feeling healthy now. Yeah, I know I was sick for a bit, but I'm feeling better now. Enjoying this brief window before just another virus goes around town. No, thank you, though. That's very sweet of you. Zag the Wag, you have two choices. Have dinner with Billy Joe Armstrong, Green Day. Have a therapy session with Rivers Cuomo, Weezer, or both, Kerplunk. I'm not as familiar with Rivers Cuomo. I'm not a Weezer fan. I mean, I'd probably just say both. No, you know what? The dynamic is different if it's at the same time, because then they're going to be talking with each other. I guess I'd probably just Billy Joe Armstrong, because then like I'm I have listened to Green Day, back in the Green Day, around the American Idiot time. And I still like some Green Day from time to time. I think they're pretty good. So yeah, probably just Billy Joe Armstrong. Or therapy session. I forgot that part. If I could have both separately, I would do that. But if it's a dinner therapy session at the same time, that does sound kind of fun. So I'm not sure. Name I'm not going to read again. It was MK8. They just turned the 8 sideways. I don't know if that's in reference to a different thing that we already talked about, but that is true that they did that. That is true. Athea, what's up? Good friend. Good friend. Animal Well. Infinity Zillion Atmosphere. Yes. I am bad at puzzles / navigation. When I do figure things out myself, it is so satisfying. It and Metroid Prime are recent additions to my top 10 list of games. Very nice. Very, very nice. Very happy to see other people enjoying Animal Well. No, just incredible. I mean, you saw it. It was my game of the year. I loved it dearly. So exceptionally good. I don't know if it's in my top 10. It might be, though. It genuinely might be. The experience was just that good. I need to make and update my top 10 list just to figure out where I am there. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being here. Always nice to have you. Blue Galaxy. Hey, Arlo, I love your channel, so I wanted to support. What do you think of a Mario Maker 3 with mouse controls for making levels? I think that's a great idea. I think that's a darn great idea, especially if it's a 3D Mario Maker. that's my number one wish for a new Mario Maker. No, it'd be great though. I really hope Nintendo leans into this whole mouse thing as an option. Don't force it. It would be silly to force it. Like I said earlier, I think anything that could be done with a mouse should also be doable with just like a gyro cursor. And someone earlier said, what if the C button stands for cursor? That could just pop up a cursor at any time, so you can just switch between either touch controls, gyro controls, cursor. Really opens up a lot of options. It really does. So yeah, no, it's a cool idea. Photo. Arlo, I don't like the name Switch 2. If not Switch 2, what would you name it? See, that is a good question, because I am on Team Switch 2. I think it's the only possible name that would not confuse certain buyers and have a kind of a repeat of the Wii U situation. But that is a good question. What would I call it if I could not call it Switch 2? The funny thing is the Switch branding is really important because the Switch is their first really, really popular console in a while. And it's the most popular console ever. But if you have it Switch branding related without having the 2, then you run the risk of it sounding like just an upgrade or a spin-off or something. But it is a Switch, so it would be weird to not use the Switch branding. Would it be safest to go with a different name that's similar? I was talking on Twitter or whatever, what if it was the Snap? Something like that. Nintendo Snap. Was that close enough that it still feels like a new thing, but it's not so far that they don't know what it is at all? I really don't know. I don't know. It feels wrong to move away from the word Switch, but how do you incorporate the word Switch without it just seeming like an upgrade? I couldn't tell you. So maybe Nintendo Snap. I'm not happy with that name. I don't think it would be good, but it might be the closest that I can get. At least in this moment. I don't know. Maybe I'll come up with something better later. Nintega Dario, what's up? Man, it should have been called the Wii U. Yeah, they should have just done Wii U again. That's an option you don't see enough. Just Wii U again. Not even Switch U. It's just the Wii U. Astro Sauce. Do you care that it doesn't have analog triggers? It does seem to not have analog triggers, and I don't know what is with Nintendo. Is it that much harder? Is it that much more expensive? Does it affect the form factor that much to not have analog triggers? Come on. Why? I don't get it. I mean, obviously, Mario Sunshine and Luigi's Mansion, we're fine without it, I guess. But I don't know. It's more just for like other games, you know? I mean, especially now, we're going to get so many more multiplats. We're going to get so many more. So why would they not make the controller up to the standard, the industry standard? Especially for like driving games, you know, like it's not going to affect me that much, but like, it just doesn't make sense. So even if it doesn't affect me, why though? Just like, why? So that's disappointing. That's another thing that I should have put on my wish lists, and I just didn't. Ooh, getting frisky here. Fight, fight, fight. Electric. Hey, Arlo, really liking these more chill streams? I am too. I really do enjoy a nice chill stream. What is your favorite hidden gem game? I don't know. Hidden gem. I don't know if I've played a lot of hidden gem games. Games that like not a lot of other people play. The Neverhood. That's it. It's the Neverhood. I played that when I was in like middle school. Old PC game. Love the heck out of it. It was my identity for a while. Like that game was so my humor, so my everything. All I did was draw little claim-in characters. I loved it. So, yeah, probably Neverhood. I don't know if I play other stuff that's like more obscure. I have been playing this very obscure game. I don't know if you've heard of it, called Balatro recently on my phone. That's a good game. You versus Me TV. Did Ninty announced to just ride the leak wave? No, I think this is when they were always going to. I think this is when they planned to do it. Because like if anything, it's late, you know. So I don't think they ended up announcing it earlier than they wanted to. I don't think the leaks ended up affecting much of anything. Not even like how they did it. I don't know. Not sure. Sharp Edge. I understand the Switch 2 argument, but the Wii U had way more problems than just a bad name. Scott the Woz's big Wii U videos have really highlighted it. Oh, no, absolutely. No, for sure. The name was not, by any stretch, the only problem with the Wii U. There was a million different problems. The concept was, like, cool, but not cool enough. The price was too high. The games just weren't very appealing. There were good games on it, but they just weren't appealing to enough people to drive the sales. So, no, yeah, for sure. I'm with you there. Gavin. Any idea when your Echoes of Wisdom review will come out? I don't quite have an idea of when it will release. Because I want to do the Tears of the Kingdom review first. And we are actively working on that. That is being worked on pretty much right now, Kane. It's been the main thing that Kane's been working on. I've been recording it very slowly because it is rather long. I will tell you. It's I've estimated it before. What are they looking at? Food time? Chow time? Chow? Huh? Is there a monster? Is there a ghost? Horror? Is it going to turn into a horror movie? No, Tears of the Kingdom Big Fat Review, which was announced sometime last year. No, it's in the works, and it's going to be I think at least a few hours long. I can't remember if it's like 2.5 or is it like 3 and something like Breath of the Wild. I don't know, but it's pretty long, and that is the priority. However, I have written the Echoes of Wisdom script, and actually just the other day, I gave it one final pass. I read through it and made my final revisions. So the script is actually 100% done and in a shootable state. If you can keep a secret, could be somewhere between an hour and a half long. So it's also pretty long. Yeah, we want to do Tears of the Kingdom first, but at the same time, I really want to catch up on reviews before the Switch 2 comes out. That is like the top priority right now. Is like Tears of the Kingdom, Echoes of Wisdom, and Pikmin 4. I know there are other games that I haven't been able to review, but those are the top priorities. Those are my biggest interests. Those are the ones that I need to get out before Switch 2, because then the Switch 2, and then loads and loads of Switch 2 games, and I don't want to fall behind on those reviews. I want to be a little bit better about doing reviews when they come out. So yeah, hopefully soon. If we can get Tears of the Kingdom done in the next couple months, Echoes of Wisdom is next on the priority list, and I just need to get back into streaming. I know I say this every time, but I need to get back into streaming, stream the rest of the Pikmin games, and stream Pikmin 4 again. Then I will write my script. Thank you for your question, Gavin. Another one from, I'll just say Charizard. What if the Pro Controller has analog triggers? I don't think they would make it different. I don't see why. Then you're having a compatibility issue if the Pro Controller does, but the Joy-Cons don't. I just don't think it will. Unfortunately. I wonder if you could make them like pressure sensitive without having them be analog. Where like you can still get a little bit more by pressing them harder. I don't know. I really don't know. Shane, what do you think about remaking Ocarina of Time like Final Fantasy VII Remake, but in the Breath of the Wild engine? Ocarina is a game that really suffers being as old as it is. I think it's a great idea. I'm like, I know like, you know, remakes and remasters are all the rage, and there is something, you know, is it a little bit too cynical to just be remaking stuff? But honestly, I think that Ocarina of Time and like Mario 64 are really, I feel like they are ripe. I don't know if Nintendo will, because again, they usually do these things kind of just based on their flights of fancy, and they'll be like, we already did the 3DS one. We don't want to like do it again. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I think for some reason, Nintendo seems to have, I don't know. They haven't made a lot of like full-blown remakes that weren't like old games, you know? They've done like Link's Awakening, that kind of thing. But like, have they just fully remade a 3D? I don't think they have. Like, we haven't gotten like full remakes of any old like N64 games or anything. You know, even Metroid Prime Remastered was technically a remaster. The game still played the same way. They just put new assets over the old ones. What are those puppies looking at? I think the time is now. Oh, it's puppy chow time. Puppy chow, puppy chow, puppy chow. Yeah, just dump the food everywhere. Puppies go crazy. Puppies go nuts. Sorry, I'll get back to the question in a sec. What's happening with the puppies? They just pour like a 10-gallon like vat of puppy chow. Get out of the way. Trying to watch puppy chow? Stop. What are you doing? What were we talking about? I think the time is now to start like considering remaking some of those old games. Ocarina of Time would be really cool. I don't think Nintendo will, because they, I don't know, when they do remake stuff, they like it to be simple and straightforward and almost one-to-one. They don't seem to like to reimagine. You know what I mean? Link's Awakening could have used a reimagining of sorts. But instead, they just went with the one-to-one remake. And so with Ocarina of Time, I feel like they would need to kind of expand upon it and really remake it. And because otherwise it's just, if you just make it seem like the same as the original, but with better graphics, well, then you've just remastered it again. Or if you remake it, but like it's still kind of the same thing, it's just like, why did you even remake it? It still feels like an old game. You have to modernize it in some way. So that would require a lot of work. And I just don't think Nintendo is in the business of doing that, just like creatively. I think they would rather either just give us a new, you know, like a remaster so we can play the old game, and they can make a quick buck, or giving us something totally new. They say that a lot. You know, they're always, you know, Miyamoto always like, we would rather just do something new. So I don't think it'll happen. I think Mario 64, some kind of remake of Mario 64, but even then, it would probably have to be largely a reimagining. And they probably don't want to do that, but I think, if anything, Mario 64. Probably less likely for Ocarina of Time. That was a long answer to your question. Thank you. It's a good question. Armed Joe. Pokemon fans, sound the alarms. They're going to try making a PS4 game in less than a year. I don't know about that. I I am starting to think, and like there's rumors going around, and that like Legend ZA is just gonna be a Switch game. It feels weird to believe that. I mean, if it gets a performance patch, it'll feel a lot more likely, a lot more normal, just kind of coming out on the regular Switch, even though the Switch 2 is out. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be cross-gen or if it's going to like be... I don't think it's just going to be a Switch 2 game. But they will soon, probably soon, maybe next year. I don't know. And that'll be interesting to see, for sure. Steven, do you think a 3D Mario will be revealed in April? I do. I think that's quite likely. They tend to come out within the first year. And especially if we're getting a direct in April, that's plenty of time to reveal and give us one at the end of the year. Technically not a guarantee, but it's just been so long. It's been so long. It will have been 8 years since Odyssey, and like sure, Bowser's Fury, but like even then, Bowser's Fury was like 2020. That's like 5 years. Like, yeah, I don't know. We are overdue for a 3D Mario. I'm sad that we haven't gotten more 3D Mario on Switch. I hope Nintendo speeds things up a little bit. I want more 3D Mario. So yeah, I think so. Dan's Game Zone. Hey Arlo, are you worried about at all about Nintendo's output of games on Switch 2? I mean, slightly, yeah. You know, development costs go up. The more fancy the graphics, the longer it takes, or at least the more work it takes to develop. I mean, Nintendo likes to be very economical, and a lot of their games are already like very just kind of colorful and cartoony. They don't go for like hyper realism. They're not hiring these massive AAA dev teams to be like, you know, modeling the individual blades of grass or whatever. So I think overall they're probably still in a much better place than most of the rest of the industry. They do they did have more problems than I feel like they should have going into the Wii U. They were like, oh no, it was surprisingly hard to make HD games. And it's like, really though? Like, you really weren't... It was really frustrating. I know I don't know everything that goes on behind the scenes, but it felt a little funny that like nobody else out there is complaining about this. And suddenly you are like, oh no, we didn't think HD games would be this hard. It's like, why? Why would you not? How did you not know? I don't know. I don't know anything about game development. Don't listen to me. So like there is like a slight worry that like maybe with the better technology and the better graphics, I don't like the idea of it taking just even longer with each successive generation. Is it only going to take longer and longer to get games? You know, it used to be that like 5 years was like the longest you would ever wait for a game. And that was only the biggest games. And now a sequel to Breath of the Wild using the same map takes like 6 years. So I don't even... Are we even going to get a new Zelda this generation? So, you know what? To answer your question, I am slightly worried. At the same time, though, they might have learned from the whole Wii U thing. They're in a better place now. And, you know, they've acknowledged that it's a thing. And it seems like they have been hiring new people, hopefully to try and compensate a little bit ahead of time, knowing that they're going to need more help. So, I don't know. Maybe it'll be okay. And if they just keep things diverse, you know, keep giving us games from a lot of different series, it's not going to, you know, if it takes 6 years for a game, it's not so bad to wait as long as like we are getting games at all across all these different series all the time. Not so bad. And Switch output was great, so I guess we shouldn't really worry until there's a real reason to worry. Ride Dogzilla. Zelda hot take. Also, where is Twilight Princess ranked for you? I don't know if I can rank them. It's really hard because I don't know like how much to go off of like a little more like objectivity. Because I recognize like the further I go and the more I play these games, the more I see like their flaws. But like, or do I lean more on like my initial experience with them? Because if I lean on my initial experience, Twilight Princess and I guess and Breath of the Wild and Ocarina of Time are all like such humongously important and enjoyable experiences for me, like just at the time. So I don't know. Twilight Princess would be rated very high. I can see its flaws a lot more clearly now, but at the time it was like the best game I had ever played, so I absolutely loved it. I guess I don't really have much of a hot take. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Do I have a controversial Zelda opinion? I don't know if I do. I like Zelda. I think Zelda's pretty cool. I like playing them. Jennifer, why do you hate linear games? I don't necessarily hate linear games. I definitely don't. It entirely depends on the game. You know, like Zelda, I loved that it went open, but then I played Tears of the Kingdom, and now I'm like, I feel like it's too open now. You know, or at least like certain elements of it are too open. You know, it just depends. Some things benefit from linearity. You get more I don't know, complex interlocking design versus open things, which give you more of a sense of like freedom. They both have their value. It just depends on the game. It depends on the series, even the specific game, the specific situation within each game. I do largely like an open experience, at least some. You know, I don't need every game to be like fully sandbox. But I do like options and I like exploration. So, okay, see, there's a thing right there. I would say that generally speaking, games that are just like A to B, straight line, I'm less into that. That's the type of game that I am less likely to, not never, because again, it depends on the game, but I like the feeling of exploration. I like the feeling of having an area and being able to look and go wherever I want and to find something new in different places and feel like the experience is kind of like driven by me rather than just me moving down a corridor. Yeah, so that's why there's a lot of games that were like very, very well, you know, like Gears of War. I finally got around to playing the original Gears of War, and you know, I have no doubt, like people tell you like, oh no, it got better later, or like 2 was the really great one or whatever. But just like the idea of just moving to each successive scenario, it just like I get tired of it. I just get full of it, and I need something different. Which is funny because I have liked a lot of Resident Evil. You know, Resident Evil 4 is very linear, but that game is just otherwise so good that I don't mind. So it's a complex question. I guess is what I'll say about that. Sharp Edge. Why do you hate Sandbox Zelda? You goober. I don't hate it. I loved Breath of the Wild. I did. I just got full of it in Tears of the Kingdom. That's it. I mean, even that is an oversimplification. I think that I still could like a very big open Zelda. I just need a better balance, you know? Like maybe if the dungeons were better. I don't know. This is a big thing. It's really big. Asking the big questions here. I need to take another drink of water. Hold on. Uh-oh. I don't have a lot of water left. I may need to go get water. Oh, they're sleeping again. Oh. Puppy nap time. They just nap all the time. What has it been, like a half hour? I love it. I want to be a puppy. The Avatar. I propose the following 6-year release rotation to ensure freshness. Mario, Zelda, Metroid, Star Fox, Pikmin, and plot twist, Excitebike. Excitebike ends up being like the swan song of the Switch too. Yeah, I mean, at least one release from a really major franchise per year is cool. I mean, Nintendo's been like, they've been doing even better than that. They've been releasing like multiple pretty major high-profile games per year. No other generation can hold a candle to the Switch generation. Seriously. Just the sheer number of games. If anything, that's reason enough to be like pretty darn confident in the release schedule for Switch 2. They've just done so well. They could even slow down a little, you know, even if it is true that developing, next-gen games is a little bit harder, takes a little longer, slowed down by a bit, they'd probably still do all right, you know? There were like a couple years of the Switch generation that were like a little like, okay. 2017 was like really great, and then 2018 was like a little bit slower. Smash was like the main thing. But no, for the most part, it's been great. Yeah. John, Heya grew up with this channel. one of those comments. Excited to stick around with this next generation. Thank you, by the way. Thank you for sticking around and wanting to stick around. I like hearing that. I liked hearing that you still like it. Is there a video you wished to have made during the Switch 1 era? Quite a lot, actually. I mean, the further I've gone, like I've always been like very careful about, like, I don't know, I want to make videos that people like and that they do well. And, you know, even just on like the business side, you know, YouTube, the algorithm doesn't like it when some videos do poorly and other videos do well. They will punish you by not giving your videos to subscribers. So you kind of always have to be only making content that you think will do well enough. So I've always been like pretty cautious about that. But throughout almost the entire Switch generation, I have like kind of slowly learned what kind of stuff people like. So now I'm like looking back at when the Switch launched and was gonna launch, and I'm like, oh man, there's a million videos I could have done. You know, I could have gotten away with like a ton. People would have loved it. It would have been fun. So I'm kind of just carrying that into this generation. I mean, obviously, Topic Arlo is kind of the culmination of that idea of just recognizing that people just like hearing me talk about stuff. So like, just do more, you know, and that's what kind of why I made a separate channel, so that I wouldn't have to worry about the whole like view thing. That was the whole goal with Topic Arlo, is I can throw out anything and it just doesn't matter. It does not matter if a video does poorly, because whatever, they're all just getting thrown out there, and that's fine. It's fun. So yeah, that's kind of how it took me nearly 10 years to get there, but yeah, so there's probably a lot. I mean, you know, pretty much anything you see. I didn't do that many videos leading up to the Switch. I mean, I guess I did. But you'll see a lot of videos now that I didn't do then. So pretty much any of those are just like, yeah, if it could be a thing to talk about, then yeah, it's fun. It's fun to talk about stuff. People want to hear me talk about it. So yeah, I guess I don't have any like specific videos I wish I did. Yeah. There was once a time when me recording my reaction to a Nintendo Direct was a brand new thing. Like, that was a new thing, and it was really funny that it happened to be the one where they announced Color Splash, and that kind of launched my career. Was the one time I just randomly was like, oh, okay, maybe I'll record my reaction. Glad I did. Thank you for the question, and thank you for watching me and growing up with me and all this stuff. Chimp Man, what is your biggest concern about Switch 2 so far? Not much to go off of, but that Joy-Con looks like it breaks super easily. Keep up the good work. I don't know. I don't think it does. I think it looks pretty solid. Okay, you're right. There's like the little connector thing. It's like slightly worrisome, but at the same time, I don't anticipate having the Joy-Cons detached and like doing a lot with the system. And yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if you know what? One thing that I didn't notice in the reveal video was when they put it in like mouse mode. Okay, well, if I'm gonna really out myself for being a bit of a bozo, I didn't notice that. Like, I noticed that they were scooting around like they were showing off the mouse thing. I didn't actually get that there was like actually mice, like with the tails. I didn't see that. I think it's good to be vulnerable, so I thought that I would admit that. It's good. We should all be vulnerable sometimes. Point is, what if that slipcover, what if that could also, I need to look at it again before I make this claim, but like, what if that like the strap, what if that could flip around and fit into the sides of the Switch to like block that connector? I don't know. Probably not. All that to say, my worries about the Switch 2, not really. I don't think I'm very worried. I think they're pretty much doing all right. Yeah. I think I'm feeling pretty confident. You know? I mean, like, going into the Switch, there were a lot of concerns. I don't know if I do have any now. I think they're doing all right. I think it'll be fine. If it's just going to be the Switch but better, and the Switch was great, and yeah, it had some problems, but things still worked out okay. It'll be good. I hope that it's true that the little connecty things aren't a problem, though. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Thank you for saying my work is good. Cryon reviews. If Switch 2 is as powerful as PS4 Pro, as many outlets are reporting, what third-party ports would you like to see? We talked about that a little bit earlier. I don't have any, like, I don't have a lot of really big specific examples. Just, you know, the stuff that I'm into, which is largely, like, FromSoft and Resident Evil. That's pretty much it. I just, you know. You know what? The new Monster Hunter. I think that's all but guaranteed. I think that would be awesome. That would be really, really cool. I mean, it would be really hard. That would be genuinely hard to decide what to buy it for. Having the handheld or having the better graphics on another system. Because the game does look really good. I don't know, but yeah, no, that would be... Monster Hunter Wilds would be awesome. Outer Monster Hunter Worlds. Rainier. Save it for the Tears of the Kingdom review. Looking forward to it. I know, I'm sorry, I'm going on and on about Zelda. I have a lot to say about that game. I really do. It's not going to be quite as chill. I mean, it's going to be chill, like, in, like, the vibe, but, like, you know, I'm a lot more critical of Tears of the Kingdom than I was of Breath of the Wild. That's for sure. Lupe. Arlo, number one, my go-to for all things Nintendo and puppies. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, this is a new experiment in puppies. We'll see what this does for my numbers. Start writing something down real quick before I forget it. Oh, let's see. Eric, my good friend Eric. My lovely friend Eric. We go way back. My hot take. I did not like Tears of the Kingdom. The story was so repetitive that by the second dungeon, I was sick of it. The depths were neat at first, but I got sick of it quickly once I learned the map was just inverted. Yeah, I mean, you know, again, I shouldn't go too far into Tears of the Kingdom right now. It comes up a lot. It's a very divisive topic. No, I hear you, though. I also didn't really like the story. I liked exploring the depths. I definitely recognize that there could have been more to do. I largely enjoyed it. I enjoyed it more than I didn't enjoy it, you know? But I also have a lot of problems with Totka. I hear you. I hear you, my friend. Stay tuned. Stay tuned for my big fat review of Tears of the Kingdom. And thank you for the super, and thank you for being here. You're lovely. Mima, do you think the Switch 2 will have a weaker starting lineup? It seems reasonable. I mean, you know, it's all technically subjective, whatever games appeal to people. I mean, Breath of the Wild was a really great launch title. Even if it wasn't technically Switch exclusive, it still basically was, you know? It was good enough to be an exclusive. I think Mario Kart will probably be the launch title, and I think that's probably just as strong of a launch title. I mean, come on, you know, the game that sold, it's like the best-selling Nintendo game ever. How would that not be the best possible launch title, you know? And other than Zelda, I didn't think the lineup was that good for Switch. You know, like other like first-party stuff, it was like 1-2 Switch. I did not care about at all. There were a couple of, there was like Bomberman R and stuff. So I don't know. I think, considering third-party support is probably going to be a lot stronger. Even if Mario Kart was the only game, they'll probably have a lot of like really cool ports. I anticipate it. Yeah. Final Fantasy VII has been rumored for a long time. I think it'll be strong. I think it'll be good. I think it'll be just as good as a launch lineup as you could like want, you know? I also believe it seems reasonable. Thank you for the question. Naughty Neo. Hey, Arlo. I was wondering, have you seen the weird redesign on DK in the Switch 2 Mario Kart from longtime fan and fellow Pikmin enjoyer? Nice. Once again, it has been asked many times in this stream, so I don't want to go too far into it. I think it's good. It's fine. It's good. I don't know. It's fine. I like it fine. Changes are good, you know? I'm more of a fan of the other, just the fact that they're going more back to the 64 designs. I think that's fun. Because the originals were like they had the 3D renders that they like converted to the sprites, and this is like that, but like the actual 3D version. It's fun. Kind of like what they did with Mario RPG. It's kind of like that. I like it. Puppy nap time is nice, but let's get that. Oh, that's cute. Okay, well, I gotta leave it there for a bit. And apparently this one is gonna, spoiler alert, this one is gonna slowly roll over the course of like 5 minutes. That's awesome. Chase, be honest, what did you think of Sonic 3? That is also a question that I answered earlier. I have not seen it yet. I might take my nephew to see it. If I do, I will try to give a very reasonable and respectful opinion. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen it. I've heard good things. We'll see. Sharp Edge, as militant Tears of the Kingdom stan, scared of your review. JK, be scared. It's gonna go hard. Well, the funny thing about it is, like, I am critical, but a lot of it's not just that it's not just like hate. It's not just like this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. It's more being torn on it. It's more that there are some things that are so good, and there are some things that really bring it down. And then a lot of the problem is, like, a lot of it doesn't click. So even the good stuff sometimes just like doesn't do it, even though I feel like it should, even though it, like, on paper it's just a better game, but it just doesn't hit me as well. But then there are some elements that are just like incredible. So no, I'm more than anything, I'm torn on it. It's just like a weirdly conflicting experience. Yeah, that puppy is very slowly rolling over. Floating Kites, Prime 4, Pokemon, or 3D Mario as launch title. Out of all of those, because I think Mario Kart's going to be the launch title, I think 3D Mario is probably more likely to come later in the year. And then Pokemon, we're not even going to hear about it until Pokemon Day in February. And they're not going to want to reveal any Switch 2 games, so I don't think it's going to be on Switch 2. And then Prime 4 is going to be a Switch 1 game, but it might have some sort of next-gen upgrade. Out of all of those, well, we know it's not going to be Pokemon. We know Pokemon Legends ZA is going to be... They pretty much always release them for the holidays, right? I think they're probably going to wait for that. So out of those three, I would say Prime 4, but the original Switch version potentially released on the same day is the most likely of those three games. Benjamin, I want a Pikmin game at launch. Also, cute puppies. They are cute puppies. Look at that little cute puppy. This little guy right there. Oh, don't pause. Just that little face. Squeeze it. I also want a Pikmin game at launch. I don't think we'll get one. But as always, I would settle for next-gen patch. I would settle for 4 with just higher resolution. It'd be awesome. Ben, personally, I lacked motivation for either with the lack of story. Now both games felt empty. So you didn't really like either of them with I presume you're talking about Zelda. Yeah, the story in Breath of the Wild was a little empty, but I was still enamored enough with the overall experience. But I could see that. I mean, even Breath of the Wild, even if it took 2 games for me to kind of grow tired of it, I can't blame anyone for just not clicking with either of them. It makes sense. Different strokes for different folks. Rennie, you might have answered this already, but do you plan on releasing the Tears of the Kingdom review in sections, or just dropping it all at once? Releasing it in sections was something of a experiment at that time. It was not as... like back then, it was a million years ago, it was not as obvious that long-form content would do as well as it ended up doing over the years. Long video essays have really kind of caught on. I mean, they had kind of a renaissance, and then they've kind of dipped down a little bit for a bit. But I think overall they still do pretty well. People still watch my Breath of the Wild review. So no, I definitely... pretty much any time going forward, I'm just going to release that kind of thing all at once. Episodic stuff. It just doesn't do as well, you know? It just kind of doesn't. Thank you for the question, though. And for the super. DS Dark. I noticed in the Mario Kart video you didn't talk about them going to the right on the dirt path and not slowing down. I believe I did talk about them diverting the path. I did talk about that. I didn't talk about them not slowing down. I guess that's a detail I didn't think of. I suppose I don't quite understand the significance. I believe they did drift. I don't know if there is something there. I suppose you're right that I missed it. Lupe, remake of Super Mario Brothers 3. Do you have a Discord? I do have a Discord. There's the official Arlo Discord is available to Patreon members. And I don't know if they would remaking the 2D Marios. I mean, you know, they technically have in the past. They had like, you know, they remastered 2 for like Mario All-Stars and stuff, but I'm gonna remake 3. I don't know. I don't know if they would remake the 2D games. I think they are too beloved. And I think Nintendo, you know, as we talked about earlier, would rather just do new things. That's that thing they're always saying. So probably not. I would say probably no. Jabber. Someone theorized the new Mario Kart gimmick is fuel related. I also theorized that. You know, I am recognizing right now that I did release a nearly half-hour-long video about Mario Kart and then immediately start streaming. So if anyone hasn't had a chance to go check it out yet, I'm sorry. But no, I think that's completely yes. I mean, it's a little fuel thing. It's a little fire, like in the pit stop, the burgers. Like, yeah, no, I think it'll be a fuel thing. Anyway, rest of your comment. Carts have tanks and enhanced footage shows a new gold food delivery bag-like item. Fuel. No, yeah, I believe so. And especially with the track being like really long, there's got to be some sort of fuel thing, some sort of stamina thing. I don't know if that's going to be in the main mode or if that is just kind of like a new mode. I could see that. I could see there being like more traditional tracks and races, but then like having, you know, if there's like a campaign or something, for sure. And I'm very excited about that. But yeah, I won't share too much there because I just put out a super long video about it. Floating Kites. Again, thank you. IMOTOTK equals better game. BOTW equals better experience. Yeah, that's basically it. I mean, if I played Tears of the Kingdom first, I probably, like, that would be the game with my, like, precious memories. But yeah, overall, like, Breath of the Wild, the vibes were so good and it was such a new experience. And then, like, yeah, Tears of the Kingdom is, like, better on paper. But it just doesn't hit the same. I don't know. What do we got? We got Lomatrade. Hot takes. You got multiple here. I think Star Fox should take more cues from Assault than from 64. We'll stop there and address that one first. I think you're probably right. I remember Assault had kind of mixed reviews, just because like the execution, but I think overall the idea was kind of cool. I don't know. On the one hand, you could argue that taking a game about fighting in a ship and forcing people to do something different, having these like third person on the ground sections might just be a bad idea because it's deviating too much. But on the other hand, it's a fascinating idea. I think it's I've never played Assault, but I love the idea of switching back and forth. And, you know, one is a ship and the other is you're on foot. So you could like potentially infiltrate areas. And I don't know. I think it's a cool idea. And I think that you're probably right that, taking that idea and just doing it better is probably a good idea rather than just rehashing 60. Because I mean, on the one hand, I really like hands. On the one hand, we kind of just want sort of a return to form. You know, it's like, why do you keep having to add all these gimmicks? Why don't you just do 64 again? But then on the other hand, I really don't just want 64 again. I really do want more you know, modern gameplay, more I don't want it to just be an arcadey on rails shooter. So I like the idea of them adding new ideas. I just think they should be good ideas. I just think the gamepad thing was just a bad idea. That was just like a bad one. Assault was a good idea. So I kind of agree with you there. And then your second hot take. I think Twilight Princess's story is extremely underrated and it needs a proper sequel. Thanks, Miyamoto. Yeah, seriously. I was just thinking about that the other day. Could have gotten a Twilight Princess sequel, but we got Link's crossbow training. Just as good, right? That game that, like, people barely remember exists. Thanks. Yeah, I love the story in Twilight Princess. I really like it. I like the places it goes. I like how, like, dark it is. And I enjoyed it a heck of a lot when it came out. So yeah, I agree with you there. I don't think we'll ever get a sequel now, but Armed Joe. More money to you. Thank you. If the mouse thing is true, which it probably is, I mean, yeah, I'm basically certain. I'd hope it makes some 3DS games, namely Kid Icarus, to be made. Love that game. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's like you can't necessarily just start porting over like DS games that or 3DS games that might require 2 screens. Unless it does end up having some sort of cast feature that lets you use both. But for things like Kid Icarus, where like the second screen isn't even really that important, yes, I think you're right. That's probably one of the reasons they haven't done any kind of remaster or anything, is because like you can't really have controls as exact, but now you might be able to with mouse support. So no, yeah, completely. I think that game was like too good for the 3DS. It was too good for a handheld. You know, it was too good of an experience and too good of a game to have not done super well. So it definitely deserves a second chance. Like I liked the game. I don't think I ever finished it. So like I wasn't like the biggest fan. But I could see the quality. I could see what it did. You know what I mean? I can appreciate that game for what it is and see that it's a very cool experience. Definitely held back. Way too ambitious for a handheld. Do it for Sakurai. He deserves it. Deserves to see his baby grow up and flourish. Joseph. I hate that all the Tears of the Kingdom reviews are only negative. There's so much good about Tears of the Kingdom. I think you will do a better job at highlighting the good. Excited. Yeah, like I said, I hope to. I do have a lot of problems, but I do have a lot of good things to say. There are good things in there. There's a lot to praise the game about. And yeah, and like I said, a lot of it I can recognize is good, even if it didn't click with me. But that still is praising it. You know, that still is recognizing that it does a lot of things right. Because it does do a lot of things right. It absolutely does. It is a great game. I still played it for like 100 hours or whatever. You know, I still did. I still played it. Still liked it. It's a lot of fun. Athea, what I need is to race as a blue Pikmin. Oh man, I don't know. It would be funny. Like, I mean, I like the idea of them continuing to put like guest characters in, but if they're gonna put a Pikmin guest character, it's probably gonna be Olimar. So the idea that it's just a Pikmin, like blown up to full size, driving a car, I love that idea. I do. And it's like just blue Pikmin. It's like no other character, no other Pikmin, no Olimar, no anything. Just a blue Pikmin. And you know what? They should make it like even bigger. They should make it like as big as Bowser, just for no reason. I like that. Jotaku. Mouse-like controls for Joy-Cons. Mario Paint 2, baby. Exactly. No, exactly. That'd be so good. And you know what? Back on the subject of Pikmin. Pikmin 3 Deluxe, like controlling Pikmin, because like Pikmin 4 changes how the cursor works, and it makes it the lock-on makes the idea of a cursor less necessary. But Pikmin 3 Deluxe uses that. Well, I mean, obviously, the original Pikmin 3 as well, because it used the Wii pointer. Like that game is the most like cursory heavy Pikmin game. I suppose you could say the same for new play control of Pikmin 1 and 2. But those games, you know, they really unlock the cursor and let you move it wherever you want. So, I mean, I'm imagining playing one of those games with like mouse controls. I mean, like, that's crazy. That level of precision would be just like unmatched. That would be unprecedented for Pikmin. It would be tricky to get used to, but I mean, I got used to the Wii one, or the 3 on the Wii with the Wiimote, and that was great. That was really, really good. Nothing is more accurate than that. So no, that'd be so good. Be so good. But I would also just settle for better gyro controls, because I still did play Pikmin 3 Deluxe using the gyro aim. it was just annoying and less accurate than it could be because of that stupid drift issue they had, which I definitely hope they fix. Loma Trade. I think that a new Star Fox game could play like a mixture of Assault and Titanfall 2, actually. I never played Titanfall 2. I have it, because, it goes on sale for like $5 all the time. And I heard the campaign was really good. Yeah, I never got around to playing it, but, so I can't tell you exactly what that does. But yeah, you're probably right. There's a lot they could do with Star Fox. There really is. There's a lot they could do, and I hope they do any of it. Romero. Oh, yeah. Very nice. Thank you. My water's gone. I don't want to go. Oh, there's a bottle right there. I don't know how old that water is. Let me see. That's going to be old. I don't remember when I'm going to smell it. I mean, ugh. I have smelled grosser water in my life, but I don't think I want to. I'm not going to do that. I'll get some water later. Let me see. Flawless. Thank you so much for the super. You're lovely. I wonder if the mouse will lead to a few focused games on it, like Brain Age / Big Brain Academy. A new Fatal Frame where you take pictures and need to point out things in those pictures. Possibilities. That's always the big question with any game with untraditional controls is like, do you want to make it an option? Or do you want to like really lean into it and require it, because that can potentially limit the audience? Not everyone is going to want to use it that, or you limit how a person can play it. It's the Switch. You want to be able to dock it to the TV and use your Pro Controller, or play it on the go. So anytime you kind of like require mouse controls, it's a bit of a problem. But as we've been saying at the same time, if it's either mouse controls or just motion controlled gyro cursor, then like that could work too. But even that is a little funky in like handheld mode. So I don't know. It is a good question. There are a lot of possibilities though, especially if you are going to give it like a dedicated thing. You could do a lot. This is essentially going to be the best way to play touch heavy games that like previously were better on like DS and 3DS, or on the Switch would be better like handheld. But even then we didn't have like a good stylus for it. So like standard. So yeah, I don't know. This could be a really good way to do that with no extra hardware or anything. But yeah, you're right. No, great possibilities. I'm super excited about it. Like I said earlier, I definitely want to. I'm probably just going to do a whole video on just the possibilities of the mouse. It's really awesome. It's something that feels so genuinely new and will unlock a lot of possibilities, and yet at the same time is not like wild and wacky. It's not a crazy stretch. It's just like, it's like the Switch itself. It's just like pure functionality. Elegant. It's great. Sharp Edge. Star Fox Adventures, Assault Command moved the Star Fox lore massively. Character arcs, scarier villains, drama. No one cared. Of course they reboot. No, that's the frustrating thing. I never like played most of those games. I played Adventures. I never could beat it though. Too hard. But like, that's the disappointing thing, is that it's like back then they really did care about the story, and they gave them an ongoing story, and that was great. And I think that's exactly what Star Fox needs. I think it might have just been the wrong time for it. Like that was still way back in the day. Nintendo still had a relatively smaller audience, like GameCube didn't have a big install base. Command was on the DS, which did, and I heard that game was good, but I don't think it quite appealed to like a lot of people. So like, I think right now they rebooted the darn thing. I don't know, just follow the reboot. But like, I always am of the opinion that like Star Fox should have an ongoing story. It should be like a cool animal space opera. We need new villains. Yeah, it's a real shame. It's a real shame that there was like a core cartoony Nintendo franchise that did have like an ongoing lore, and then it kind of just didn't work out and they rebooted it. And yeah, it's a shame. The game's kind of, middling reviews in a lot of cases. Wheelie bad. Stay hydrated, King. Thank you. I generally do. I generally do try to. I think right now I just, I don't want to go because every time I go and then everybody leaves. It's always like 30% of you guys will just stop. You'll just turn the stream off if I leave for 2 minutes. I swear. Maybe we should do it as an experiment. Just go and see how many people leave. No, I also just don't feel like going. I don't feel like getting up because we're having fun. We're looking at puppies. We're talking. We're talking here. Music boom. It is important to stay hydrated, though. No, really, though. Everybody else, stay hydrated. Drink a lot of water. I do. It's one of the only things I drink. Music boom. Love your stuff. Hope mouse isn't just a replacement for motion pointer. It actually would be great for portability. I don't think it will be. You're right that would be awful. That would be a shame. I just don't see the reason why. So I'm hoping it doesn't. I'm hoping they do bring back gyro cursor. Make it better. Make it not have that drift issue. And we'll be good. Because, like, the one on my TV, like, I have one on my TV remote, and, like, it works perfectly, because they put, like, a nice big dead zone on, and, like, someone explained it the other day, like, someone in a comment or something about how, like, there's just a problem with the technology if they do it the wrong way, or they put the wrong setting, and that's why the Switch one, it, like, drifted, and, like, it doesn't need to. It exists. Like, yeah, on my TV, like, it's perfect. It's completely still. It only moves when I want it to move. Even that's going to make a really big difference, especially in games like, Pikmin 3 Deluxe and stuff. But yes, we need the option. We need both. Because the mouse will be that much more accurate. RTC. Hearts. I send hearts back your way. I'm sending them your way. I am so excited to have new Switch hardware. I got a PC 4 years ago, and it made playing the Switch almost unbearable. This will be big. Yeah, it's the classic Switch PC combo. You get everything. You get everything except for the, Spider-Man, Last of Us and stuff. Yeah, no, it's good. No, that's good. It's almost unbearable. I mean, it's true. Switch hardware is getting old. Look what the puppy's doing. Eat the stuffed puppy. Get it. Rip it. Rip it up. Rip and tear. Ben, why was the touchscreen so underused in AC? I presume you mean Animal Crossing. And that was funny. It's weird how inconsistent use of the touchscreen was on the Switch. It really was. How, like, some games used it, like, absolutely, yeah, use touchscreen. And then other games, even when it felt like it would work, it was just, like, literally none. Touching the screen would not do a single thing. It's weird. I guess it just really just came down to the developers. I mean, but you're right. I used the touchscreen. I played a Wild World. That was, like, almost all touch controlled, if you wanted it to be, and I liked it at the time. I'm not so into that now, but no, I mean, you're right. It's a little weird. There wasn't. Whitbud. Hi, Arlo. Love your vids. Thank you. Hope all is well. It is. Thank you. Also, these puppies are so cute. They are. They are indeed. I am still enjoying this. So we're gonna. How much puppy do we have left? Did I skip 2? No, we're good. We still got a while. Getting all pily again. No, anyway, thank you. Thank you, Whitbud. Spaghetti-O Bandit. Dear Daddy Arlo, what do you want in the next Zelda? Yeah, I mean, I think someone asked a similar question earlier. I just, like, I don't have too many specifics. I just want them to strike a better balance. I want them to take the old style and the new style and just kind of mix them together. Whether that looks like semi-open, like open zones. I think that's definitely something that more games should do, like the God of War style, where it's like you have some linear sequences, you have some open areas. I think that would be great. Some big stuff with little stuff, or have the big open world, but the dungeons are a little bit more, I don't know. Split the difference. That's what I want in the new Zelda. JK9000, do you think we get a February Direct with Switch 1 games? No, that must be a thing that's going around. Someone mentioned that earlier. No, I don't see why we would. I don't see why they would announce a Switch 2 Direct and then and then later announce a Switch 1 Direct that takes place earlier, I don't see the point. I don't know. Maybe they could like shadow drop a Direct Mini. Why though? They're not going to be giving us any more, probably not any like major Switch 1 games other than like Legends are. I mean, and that's the thing. Pokemon Days in February. Yeah, sure. They'll give us the full reveal for Legends ZA. But that's going to be a Switch 1 game. So no, I think we're just going to get like a random trailer with a release date for Metroid Prime 4. Maybe even soon. I'm actually kind of anticipating it. Maybe even sometime this month or next month. Maybe next month around the time when we would get a Direct. They will often do that. If they're not going to do a Direct, they'll still kind of like at that time, they'll just drop trailers for anything that like would have been in a Direct, but there isn't one. So yeah, maybe around this time next month, we'll get just like, random Twitter trailer with release date for Metroid Prime 4. But no, I don't anticipate a Switch 1 Direct. I don't think that's going to happen anymore. Metalworks. If Master Chief Collection or other multiplayer FPSs come out on the Switch 2, then I could see the mouse being a nice choice for sweaty players. I'll go you one further. I think it's a nice choice for even more than sweaty players, any players. No, that's another reason I'm like going crazy about the idea of mouse controls. If it works and it's comfortable to do, that is a game changer. And yeah, it's like I said earlier, it's like the Switch is behind in a lot of ways as far as like, the competition. Oh, the real like hardcore systems. I want to play my shooters on Xbox and PlayStation. But it's like, oh, now like the Switch 2 might just have like built-in mouse support, like just literally right there. I just slip the thing off the Switch and just like suddenly I have a mouse. And on the left hand, I guess I have the stick or whatever. Like that, for competitive, like or just for shooter games overall. Like I'm not a big mouse and keyboard player, but I can definitely recognize how like that. I mean, heck, even just look at like Splatoon or whatever. I think people are going to be losing their minds over the idea of mouse controls for shooters like that. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a big deal. Really big deal. You can play Master Chief Collection on the Xbox, where it was born, but suddenly on the Switch, you can play with a mouse without having to like buy an extra attachment or anything. Yeah. It's a pretty big deal. I can turn this heater off. Hold on. Got this heater and it's been on the whole time and it is burning my tush. Right over here. It's just getting a little too hot in here. Let's see. JFB, totally off topic, but can you tell me why walnuts suck? Now, see, here's the thing. I think walnuts are pretty great. I think they're tasty. It's true. It's a little hard to crack them open. I do have a friend. I have this friend who really hates walnuts. I think he finds it very, very frustrating to crack open walnuts. Just like there's just so much work involved, and then it's kind of. I can see where he's coming from. I just tend to buy like the already shelled. I just get the big Costco bag, but I mean, I like walnuts. I like pecans more, but to each their own. Daisy Ray Art, thank you so much for the super. Would love to see a spin-off in the Splatoon franchise as a part of the launch window lineup, something to give focus on the characters. What are your thoughts? Longtime fan, thanks for being rad. You're asking me, which makes it sound like you probably don't know. So this could just be coincidence, but my predictions video, I can't say last year anymore. In 2023, my predictions video for 2024, I think, I'm losing track, was that the Switch 2 would launch and that we would get a Splatoon spinoff. I don't know I can't remember if it was at launch. It was probably just within the first year, but I did predict, a spinoff that was very character driven of the Splatoon franchise. I called it a Splatooniverse Jam, and it was about a character who is stuck in squid form. So it was like way more like platformer. So if it's just a coincidence, it's really funny that you say that, because I think that would be awesome. I am always surprised that Nintendo hasn't done. I mean, they're giving us a lot, they give us Splatoon games, and those Splatoon games get new content and stuff. I'm just kind of waiting for them to expand it beyond the games, or like yeah, spin-off games. The universe has just so much potential. Um, just all of it. The characters, the lore, the concepts, the gameplay. There's so much they could do with it. I mean, come on, in the third one, they slipped a whole little card game in there. That could have been its own game. Like, I love that game. So yeah, it's a great idea. I love it. I love the idea that they will do that. So I hope they do. Whoa, that puppy just like threw that other puppy. Whoa, hold on. I can whoa, amazing. One more time, Tom. Nice. That's a good puppy fight. Whoa. They're going nuts. Don't fall in the poop, though. Don't. Careful. Please be careful. Getting heated while the other ones are, like, tucking in for a nap. Thank you for the super. Thank you for the question. You're amazing. Scoob. Arlo, do you think we will get a new Smash Bros? See, it feels impossible to imagine that we would not. But, like, Sakurai's not working on it. You know what I mean? Like, he's clearly, he's doing his own game right now. I don't even know if he's going to do any more Smash games. He probably won't. It sounds like he might actually be done now. However, it would be silly for Nintendo not to. But Nintendo is also weird, you know? And it could be that if they're like, oh no, Sakurai doesn't want to do one, and so we don't have anyone else, I mean, which would be ridiculous. You would hope that the entire time Sakurai was doing it, he was training up other people below him to be able to do it later. I know that other people could do it, and they could do it fine. I mean, Sakurai is amazing, but, like, he is not unreplaceable. Especially considering how long Smash has been around. There's probably plenty of people at Nintendo who have literally been playing it their whole lives. You know, they really understand it. They're really, like, in tune with, like, the desires of the fighting community and all that stuff. So it feels weird to imagine they're not making one, but they are also Nintendo. So I can hope they're making one. It would be really silly not to. Wouldn't be surprised if they just gave us Smash Ultimate Deluxe and we just had to guess for the rest of the generation if we were going to get a real one. Because they gave us Mario Kart 8 Deluxe and then we never got a real one. But we got Pikmin 3 Deluxe and we did get a real one. So, yeah, I don't know. Who knows? There's your answer. Jay Dixon, I've got to ask, how are we thinking it would control without a keyboard? I feel like it might be awkward pressing buttons on the Joy-Con while mousing. That it is a good point. Like, controlling with a mouse on one hand, but then a stick on the other. I mean, like, I'm not a big PC gamer. I don't have a lot of experience with, like, WASD controls, so I think I would probably get used to it okay. I think it might be a little bit weird for other people. It is true you're probably clicking using the trigger. So you probably are more or less doing, like, the index finger movement of clicking a mouse. But it is true that, like, pressing the rest of the buttons on the Joy-Con while moving the mouse, that might be a little bit hard. At the same time, there are computer Mises that do have, like, extra buttons on the side. So I guess I don't know. It's one of those things where I'm really curious to try it out. Really intensely curious just to see how it feels. Crunchy Scarf Deluxe. Speaking of Deluxe. Favorite IDM albums. I don't know what music I listen to, if any, is considered IDM. I still don't actually know what IDM means. I know it's like, you know, EDM, electronic dance music, and then IDM is like intelligent dance music. So I don't know. It's almost like elevated horror. It's like, well, you know, you have horror, and then you have horror movies that are like, you know, but they're like deeper. They're like more artistic. But even then, it's like, who's determining definitively which movies fall into which camp? So I can't actually tell you for sure. I really don't know, but I'm having a hard time off the top of my head even imagining what even just regular EDM stuff I listen to. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry. I mean, like, I listen to a lot of different stuff. What even is it's hard to say. What even is considered EDM anymore? It's confusing. It feels like everybody I listen to has electronic elements, but like I don't even know if you could just call them EDM. It seems like more than that. So I'm sorry to disappoint you. I have no idea. If I just want to pull like a one of my favorite like just electronic albums off the top of my head, that probably is something like that. It's We Are Virtual. I think it's called We Are Virtual by Xylent, like silent with an X. I think it's pronounced Xylent maybe. Um that's a really good album. Like a really exceptionally incredible album as far as electronic music goes. Good question, though. Thank you. Daft Gear. I think they'll sell Nintendo Switch 2 keyboards. You think so? I don't know. I think they might want to just kind of like lean into the idea of like having mouse controls, but like just trying to integrate it into the pre-existing kind of console experience. You could be right, though. You absolutely could, especially if they have the extra USB-C port on the top, and you know, the whole thing where the dock pulls more power than the original Switch. I have no doubt that this new Switch itself also pulls more power, but it could be that they're using some of that extra power for accessories, and if so, maybe that'll be more of a thing. You know, I was kind of surprised that there weren't more things to buy to just plug into the Switch. It was mostly just like the LAN adapter and stuff. But they could. Keyboard, plug a little like wireless adapter in there. Or like just regular keyboards. I'm using one right now. Could I just take this out and plug that into my Switch dock? I don't know. Mayhaps. Mayhaps they will. I do not know. Oh, you people. You people, I love you. This is fun. This is a lot of fun. I'll probably have to stop a little bit soon. I guess I don't know exactly when, but my voice is getting tired. I've been making vidges and doing the streaming and stuff for so long now. I got a call. I missed a call? What? I got a voicemail from... Is that the doctor? I don't even know what that is. What is that? I'm doing waiting for my appointment to talk to a sleep specialist. You know, I do sometimes talk about me chronic insomnia. I still am kind of struggling with that. It's improved a lot, but I think I've kind of I might have hit kind of a ceiling as far as how much I can improve my sleep. And I think at this point, my body has kind of just become resistant to long stretches of deep sleep because of the sleep apnea, which has improved a lot since I lost weight and got the surgery, which I forgot it already. See, it's because I don't sleep enough. My brain is operating at like 25% capacity for years, and I feel kind of freaked out about it actually. But since I had a deviated septum and I couldn't breathe very well through my nose, and so I finally got that surgery. You know, I guess 2 years ago now. And since then, I sleep a lot better, but I think it's still kind of kept. I think I probably do need like a CPAP or something, and I hate the idea, but I got to do it. I got to sleep again. So yeah, so that's good news. I'm just, a few weeks. I'm going to go for my consult. I'm a little afraid that they've scheduled me for weeks later, and then they're going to sit down and be like, yes, you do need a sleep study. Please pay us a bunch of money for this appointment. And now we're going to schedule you for 9 years from now for the actual. Can we get the clock going on the study also just now? Just because we know we're going to. Do I have to wait that grueling amount of time until the appointment to just talk before you start that clock on the actual study? I don't know. I had a sleep study before. I'll try not to go on a huge tangent about it, but I had one before, and it was a really interesting experience. It was a little hard. They really make it hard to sleep. They strap a lot of stuff on you. I didn't think there would be like needles going up my nose. It's a sensor, but it has to be like resting in your nostril. It's literally poking me. It's like just sharp things poking me in the nose. Try to go to sleep. Point is though, since I had the surgery and lost the weight, I think I basically need a new study because my whole, the the obstructive part of the apnea. Central apnea is where you just randomly stop breathing. I apparently was not breathing for an average of 10 seconds per minute. Cool. Love to hear that. But then the obstructive is like, your soft palate closes your airways. It's a whole thing. Anyway, just wanted to tell you, I'm trying to get that all figured out. So you can't even imagine how incredible I'm going to be, how efficient I'll be, how much work I'll get done, how well I'll be able to think if I could just sleep again. Anyway, Mo, would you ever do videos on older games like Minish Cap? I actually would love to. It is incredibly funny that you say that, because I really do want to start leaning more, especially on the main channel. Now that I have Topic Arlo, I really want to start leaning more into just reviews. I just want to talk about games. I just want to review games now. Like that's what I'm interested in. I'm less into the whole like I'll comment on like Nintendo news, but like the overall industry stuff, I'm a little less interested in. And when I think about like digging into like the back catalog, like older games, I'm not even kidding. Like the one game that comes to mind is Minish Cap. And I mean, there's loads of games I want to do. And like a couple games that I really love that I'd love to, if I someday do a big fat review or whatever. But like when I think about just plain old, however long it ends up being, just reviewing an old game, Minish Cap is the one that comes to mind. So to answer your question, I would. I would certainly consider that. We'll see when it happens, especially with Switch 2 coming. I'm going to be busy, but I would love to. I daydream about getting to a place where, like, every month I'm putting out at least one, just a review. Maybe they even have, like, sketches. I loved doing the sketches for the Mario Wonder review. Maybe it's overly ambitious. I'm a big promiser, but, like, I love the idea of, like, doing sketches and stuff. I don't know, it'd just be fun. The Ryan. Wow, the Ryan is here. Do you think Legends ZA is Switch 1 or 2 or cross-gen? My bet is just Switch 1. I hope fans won't think it's underwhelming. I want it to be either Switch 2 or cross-gen so much, just like Metroid Prime 4. But like, I feel like every rumor we get and every possible indication just says Switch 1. It feels weird to release another. I mean, because, Arceus was the most ambitious Pokemon game at the time. And I feel like, ZA is going to, not as big as, probably not as big as Scarlet and Violet, but still a very big Pokemon game. And it's funny to release a big Pokemon game on old hardware that's still going to struggle when the new system is out. It's just weird. So it's hard to believe there won't be some sort of cross-gen thing. I don't know. Probably just Switch 1, though, unfortunately. Golden Freddy. Arlo, what's a dream Switch 2 game that won't happen? I mean, one of the obvious answers is a traditional Paper Mario. A true Paper Mario 3, as it were. Could happen, probably won't. I suppose that's kind of my answer. What are my other ones? I don't know. Most of my dreams came true with the Switch, we got Metroid Dread, for Pete's sake. That probably would have been my answer if it didn't happen. Switch 4 was like my most anticipated one, but I knew it would come someday. Metroid Dread was just something that no one thought would happen. But that did. I love how half the puppies are playing like crazy and half of them are just absolutely asleep. So I don't know. Beyond that, I really couldn't tell you. I guess it really is just, at this point, most of my dreams have come true other than that. Either that or just some other I just want new IPs or just new adventure games or 3D platformers. I just want more big games. I just want more big games where it's just like a big adventure. I just want deeper gameplay and bigger campaigns and more. I don't know. Just fewer, really short, simple games. So yeah, like I said earlier, I'm not even a big fan of Yoshi, but just a big 3D Yoshi. Love that. Be amazing. On Forward. Whoa! The On Forward. Gracing my chat. Person right here makes some such. I mean, I'm pretty sure I've mentioned this this your stuff on oh gosh, I'm drawing a blank. It's my own thing. Arlo recommends for like some of the Squarespace ads. No, that's so cool you're here. That's so cool. I love your stuff. I love your stuff so much. Everybody go check out On Forward stuff. All the with this song, but in this game's sound font. It's so good. Anyway, what direction do you think they'll go with the next 3D Mario? It's hard to say. It's really hard to say. There have been rumors about it being like, kind of open world or something, but that seems like one of those too good to be true rumor, or like not necessarily too good to be true, like it's impossible, but kind of like one of those rumors that's not really a rumor. It didn't really come from anywhere. It's just kind of like, it's an idea that seems kind of like obvious, or at least obvious enough that people would want it. But I also said the same thing about an open world Zelda before they revealed Breath of the Wild. That was like, oh, hey, rumor is open world Zelda. And it was like, yeah, sure, I'll believe it when I see it. So I don't know. I mean, it is kind of true that like as far as Mario goes, bigger, you could just go bigger, more free roam. I do like that idea. Mario 64, you wouldn't call it open world, but it did feel open. Even if you still were, the levels were still separate. But the fact that you have to go to a physical place in the castle and jump through the painting that takes you there, it still felt like one big world. So I feel like just doing that, just making it more connected. Odyssey was great, and I loved that the individual areas were really big. It didn't matter too much that there wasn't like a hub world, but I do think like returning to some sort of hub, having something, even if it's not necessarily like super big open world sandbox, just more open, more just I don't know, player agency or something. I could see that. At the same time, one of my wishes that I've always dreamed about for 3D Mario was making it feel like more of an adventure game, and like giving Mario like a hammer, kind of like Paper Mario style. I love that idea. I just like, it's Mario Adventure. Imagine it's a 3D platformer overall, but you have a hammer as an attack, and there are like towns, and you know what I mean? Like it could still be mostly platforming and action, but just kind of making it feel like basically a hybrid between a Mario RPG and a 3D platformer Mario. To me, that would be awesome. That would really feel like a real evolution of Mario. I would love that very much. Thank you so much for coming. I had no idea you ever even watched any of my stuff, but that's really cool. No, seriously, everybody, go check out On Forward stuff. Like the best. I just like the absolute best. Puppy's going crazy again. Dan's Game Zone. Do you think Concord 2 will make it to Switch 2? I'm going to give you a 75.6% chance. Nintendo buys the rights to Concord. Lupe. Arlo. Had gastric bypass. Wow, that's a major one. Had insomnia and bad sleep apnea. It's all gone, and it's life-changing. Was 325, now 223-ish. We got your back. Mad love for you. Thank you so much. That's awesome. That's so awesome that worked out for you, and it fixed your sleep apnea and everything. That's great. My case, it's funny because like there is obesity in my family. There is like there is like related to sleep apnea issue. It's just like it's a genetic thing, and it's not fair, it really having these problems where you can't breathe, like come on, like it's so not fair, and it kind of runs in the family, and yeah, I don't know, all that to say, just like I recognize it runs in the family, and it's just I don't know. It just stinks. It's just awful. So like it's so awesome that worked out for you, and like yeah, it's awesome. I'm really hoping I can. I mean, yeah, like I said, I'm probably gonna have to, if clearing out my nasal passages didn't like fix it, then I probably am just gonna have to have a CPAP. But yeah, I don't know. It did help when I lost weight. It really did help. But it's still just a thing. Like you can't always just like fix it like that. which is annoying. Like, why? Why is there just just my soft palate is just like there's just like too much flesh in there or something. I don't really know. It's really annoying. And like I especially like I can't lie on my back and sleep. For a long time um I didn't actually know why this happened, but like whenever I fell asleep on my back, I would like jerk awake like with like my heart would be pounding and I couldn't and I like oh I couldn't breathe and I thought it was like some brain problem. I would just be like oh like I thought I was just like getting scared or something. Uh but now I'm recognizing no, I wasn't. It's that when I fall asleep on my back, something about that position closes my airway, and so that's why that was happening. And so it is better on my side, but like still, yeah, I would love to be able to sleep on my back. It's so I can't even sleep on my stomach; it's too uncomfortable. So like I can only sleep on my sides. And you don't want to know another thing I inherited from my dad. This is great. It's great. Is he had carpal tunnel, which is where you get like numbness and tingling in your hands, and they have to like go in and do surgery and like cut a certain nerve. But then I also have a thing. Thanks, Dad. I have another thing I don't even know if he had, where cubital tunnel, where applying pressure to a certain part of my arm makes my pinky. I think I've talked about this on stream before. Makes my pinky and half of my ring finger go numb. And I'll wake up at night and it'll just be like super numb. And I'm like, how long has it been like this? And I'm starting to actually lose feeling in those fingers and it's scary. And so now I'm like, okay, so at night, I can't, they tell you, oh, just wrap something around your arm and don't bend it. But it's like, okay, if I don't bend it, it helps. But it's getting worse as I age. It's becoming even more sensitive. Where now, if my arm is even if it is straight, but it's resting on the bed the wrong way, it'll happen. So now I'm like, okay, so I can't sleep unless I'm exactly on one side or the other, and my arm's gonna go numb in a way that's causing permanent nerve damage to my hands if I don't have my arm straight the right way and positioned so that my hand is slightly elevated on the blanket or the pillow. It's just like, it's so annoying. Which is on top of just like any other like I also have central sleep apnea, probably because of the obstructive. So now it's just like, it's so hard to sleep. So yeah, so that's annoying. I'm working on my hands. I'm really trying to like just like massage them and stretch them, and I'm hoping that I can kind of work that out. I'm trying not to believe that the only way to fix it is to go in and cut it, or like sleep with my arms in a stupid position for the rest of my life. Health stuff. Anyway, good job, Lupe. Great job. That's so good. It's just so, I don't know, like, it's great to hear people having problems that go away. Sleep apnea is all gone. It's so good. Anyway, I'm living vicariously through you. The game Schizo, with Halo Master Chief Collection coming to Switch 2, according to Nate the Hate. He's got a good track record. It would be awesome to see Master Chief in Smash, or even a Chibi Chief in a little warthog in Mario Kart. That would be so, okay. Master Chief in Smash is something that always, like, it's always been a good idea. I would like to see it too. But at the same time, like, outside of Nintendo, like, not like a bunch. We're not gonna get a bunch of non-Nintendo characters, but like, how about like, one Master Chief is like the special guest of Mario Kart. I think that'd be great. I think that'd be really cool. I don't know if I want to see him like be kind of more like chibi or like more cartoony to match the Nintendo style, or if I just like the idea of him being like rendered with complete realism, but he's still like in a tiny, like a too tiny, like clown car version of the warthog itself is like a cute little version, and he's all like smushed into it. I like that. I love that idea. Squid Channel. The accent colors are also inside the tablet rails. Place your bets if Nintendo will even sell other Joy-Cons separate from console bundles, or if they'll restrict it to bundles so people didn't have mismatched accents. I don't know. That's interesting. And there's also like, what if they're all black and you only get different accent colors, but not necessarily full colors? I really don't know. I suppose I I imagine they'll probably just give us like other. Yeah, I think they still will. I think they'll just give us regular Joy-Con. I mean, they probably make enough money on them, you know. Like people like to buy extra Joy-Cons, so yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Thank you for the super though. You're very generous. You're very amazing. Always good to have you here. Nickname my. In the Switch trailer, we heard a special sound during them moving the stick that clearly sounded different. Was that them teasing Hall effect? I don't know exactly what Hall effect is, but I remember that fake one that was going around talked about Hall effect controllers, and everyone was like, "There's no way Nintendo would do that." So yeah, I don't know exactly what that is, but I don't know. Yeah, I thought that was just them being like, "Look, they don't drift." Speaking of the sound, though, I didn't even quite pick up on the fact that the click has been replaced with a clap. To me, it was just kind of like another clicky noise, so I didn't really put it together. But yeah, apparently it's a clap, which makes sense, because like, boom, because they're coming in from the sides. Clever. That's clever. Lupe, yes. Day by day, brother. The fact that you share this with us is the first step. I'm a teacher. It takes guts to be open. You got this. Your channel is all love. I love you. I love you, Lupe. I love you so much. Thank you so much. That's so good. I think it's important. I really do. I just like sharing stuff. We should all be just more open about stuff and our struggles and everything. It's just like, you know, makes you feel less alone with it. Especially with I mean, like, well, I'm not going to say especially. There's a lot of there's a lot of conditions that are, you know, debilitating, but like, yeah, sleep apnea. It's terrible. I've been struggling with this for like 4 years now or something, maybe even more by now. It's just like, it's a shame. And yeah, it's like I said, it's improved, which is good. There was once a time when it felt like I slept like 2 hours a night. It was terrible. So it's gotten a lot better. It's kind of like now I can sleep like 6 hours at like the most, like the absolute most. And then my body is just like, nope, you've gotten the bare minimum to get by. And we're just, I mean, I think it might be, yeah, the obstructive sleep apnea training my brain that sleep equals not breathing. And so my brain is just like, no more. You will not be able to nap either. No naps ever. It's just you go to bed at night, only at night, 6 if you're lucky, usually more like 5 or so. And that's it. Because anymore, and you're just losing too much air, I guess. I don't know, but yeah. But anyway, thank you so much. You're amazing. JFB. So I guess Prime 4 will OG Switch release officially and be compatible on Switch 2 and not just for 2. Yeah, I think it's all but confirmed at this point. I think pretty much anytime they announce a game for a system, they're probably not going to want to change that, you know. They don't want to go back on their word or whatever. And I've heard rumors. It sounds like people are pretty darn sure it was developed just for the Switch, which is a shame. I don't want to go into that. Disappointed, but whatever. Random Pukumuku. Hey, just want to say your break video in 2020 and mental health talk since helped me a lot in understanding my own struggles. So I'm glad I got into your content after finding out you also love Pikmin. I love to hear that so intensely much. So much. I actually want to talk more. Whoa, person. I want another Frozen one. That's weird. It's just such a quick one. I want to do that more. I honestly do. I have actually been toying with the idea. Okay, it's not even toying. I'll just say it right now. I'm very candid in streams. I spill all the beans, all the secrets. I have actually I've been writing the script for I just want to do a big video on just mental health concepts that I have experience with and have learned about, because it is true. Like with in particular, it's ADHD. There's a lot of other ones too, but ADHD is one of those ones that too many people don't understand it, and they think it's one of those fake over diagnosed things. It's like, oh no, you're not ADHD, you're just this, not understanding that there's real brain mechanisms at play, and understanding those mechanisms is literally life-changing. Actually, truly life-changing. I struggled so much in so many areas and hated myself. I struggled so much with the most horrible self-loathing. I'm very candid now. Such a problem. And learning about, it was that, and also OCD was a thing I didn't really understand that much. I honestly think I might be on the spectrum in some way, and just understanding all this stuff makes me understand. Anyone who just talks about mental health, I'm going to go off on a thing. I understand myself better, and I understand my brain better, and it helps me understand other people. So like I am less angry at myself because I understand now why I have the struggles that I do. I see those struggles in other people, and that helps me empathize with them and connect with them better and understand them better and have more patience for other people who have struggles, because so many of us are walking around with completely undiagnosed mental illnesses, or just like, it doesn't even have to always be considered an illness, but just a way that a brain is. Your brain is this way. You process information in this way, and not knowing that, it can just make life hard, and it makes it hard to interact with other people who don't have the same the things, or who do have the same things, and you butt heads in different ways. So yeah, anyway, all that to say, thank you so much for telling me that. That makes me feel really good. So yeah, I'm considering making just like a big blab thing where I just blab about all this stuff. Because not enough people know about it. Every time I mention this whole, specifically inattentive ADHD, whenever I brought that up in that video, and understanding inattentive ADHD might even be like the biggest thing for me. And when I bring it up, I'll get people who are like, whoa, wait, what? I think I might have that, and that explains everything. Just like, I need more people to know about this. So yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much for telling me that. That makes me feel really good. And it's why I, tend to go on huge tirades about big rants about this kind of stuff when I stream. Because it's so important, and it's a real big topic of interest for me right now. What are you just biting that dog's leg? Bite it. He's sleeping. That's awesome. He's like, stop. Just puppies. They just start gnawing on you. What are you doing? It's not a toy. That's not a chew toy. It's a foot. It's your sibling's leg. Get out of here. Dealt with that situation very appropriately. Did not lash back. Just moved on. And now someone else is getting bit. Anyway, yeah, point is, I don't know. It's all very interesting to me. And in fact, I really love video games. Obviously this is still my job, and I still love doing this, but I am steadily growing, possibly even more interested in this kind of stuff, just like how brains work, and psychology, and brain chemistry, and all that stuff. So it's becoming a big special interest of mine. So I love to hear it. Monolith Soft just announced a new RPG for Switch 2. Did they? What, just like random, like one of those things where they just kind of like say they're doing it? They're just like, we're making a new RPG. Big if so. I mean, not really. Like, we know they are. We know they're already working on Xenoblade 4. Obviously. But yeah, if they said something about that, then that's cool. I'll look into that. Maybe I'll do a topic Arlo tomorrow or something. Yeah, I'm trying to keep up with chat here and see what people are saying about this too. Yes, I'm getting many people also saying, yes, understanding it all is huge. Getting diagnosed later in life with ADHD is beyond rough. Yeah. I struggled in school all those years when I could have gotten help. And you'll get so many naysayers. So many. I know some. It's hard. But I mean, like, you have to, you give them the benefit of the doubt too, because like they don't know. They just don't know. You get a lot of naysayers who think it's fake. You're faking it. It's not real. You're glorifying illness, or you're looking for illness. They say that a lot. You're looking for mental illness, and therefore you are finding it. And it's just like, it's incredibly ignorant, because it's just like yeah. So many people think it's fake, and yet like, yeah, I like my nephew, like hyperactive ADHD. A lot of issues that if you don't understand it, you don't know how to treat it. If you don't recognize it in a person and understand it, you don't know why this person is the way that they are. And like with inattentive ADHD, it makes just doing tasks so hard that like Other people just think you're a jerk. You're lazy. You're, I don't know, maybe stupid. You just like, why won't you just do it? Why won't you just do it? And it's like, you think you think I want to be this way? You know, like it makes you seem really unreliable. And people who don't get it, it's just like, it's a problem. It's a thing. So yeah. I was going to skip school today for Switch 2 trailer, but I didn't believe the leaks, so I had to watch it on school Chromebooks. That's very funny. Yeah, anyway, learning about all this is super important. And yes, ADHD and autism are common comorbidities, absolutely. In fact, they are so similar that it's almost like they're not even just like comorbidities. They could be just like just family. They're just like related, you know? Oh man, I want to read all of these. Diagnosed with ADHD after dropping out. Don't think I would have dropped out if I was diagnosed earlier. It's rough. That's really rough. And you know what? It's one reason I'm starting to. I never drank coffee and I never did anything with caffeine because I thought caffeine was. Oh, guts! Thank you for saying that. Thank you. Because you know it's really hard to get diagnosed with ADHD. All care is hard to find right now. It's just, you know, you get on wait lists, and even then, it's hard to get meds. They're expensive. It's a whole thing. So instead of going for like the Ritalin or the Adderall or whatever, I started doing caffeine, and like I was always against caffeine. And I still, and you know, obviously like too much of anything is bad. I'm still like iffy on the idea of like having too much of a stimulant, but at the same time, it's night and day. It's like it's really, really helped me, and not. I mean, like I know caffeine is a stimulant in its own way for everybody, but when you have ADHD, stimulants can actually like help mitigate those issues, and like it gives me a glimpse of what it's like to have a quote unquote normal brain. It's like imagine going your whole entire life with just like weights and chains all over your body that just make it harder to do stuff, even common regular like tasks, and feeling a little bit of relief from that and being like, oh wait, I can just sit here and look at the screen and write this script, and I can just focus on that script and write it. You know what I mean? That's huge. And people who don't struggle with it, they don't always understand that. It's just like, yeah, you are kind of supposed to be able to just kind of sit there and do your work. It's not actually normal and healthy to be constantly distracted and needing stimulation and having to like fidget and stim and just like not being able to do your work. It's a thing. So caffeine has helped me. I've essentially been medicating with it, and it's really improved my productivity. and you know, I worry about it interacting with sleep. It's actually really funny. I didn't think I was having that much. I try not to have a second cup in a day, but the thing about ADHD is that sometimes it takes more of the stimulant, like to be effective. You know, like so, like I even early on I could tell a regular cup of coffee didn't really do it for me. So it seems I was becoming slightly more addicted than I realized because I was having extra trouble sleeping, and so I was like, okay, I'll lay off the caffeine for a bit, and I got the headache. I was like, no, I didn't think I was this far. But yeah, so that happened to me recently. But I had a cup today because it was a Switch 2 reveal, and it's good. I went without it for like 5 days or something. Yeah, I don't know. I probably could get prescribed Adderall. It's just like, yeah, it's kind of hard to get. It's all in really short supply right now. But yeah, I don't know. See, right there, Dylan Harvey. Oh my God, I think I might have ADHD. See, every time people just need to get on this. They just need to know. They just don't know. The info just isn't out there. Oh. Yeah, no, I do want to make a video like this. I'm seeing some questions there too. I do. I want to make a video talking about my experience and everything I've learned about all this stuff. And I actually did write a script. I can't stop toying with it because I can't stop adding to it. And it's already basically like a big fat review of mental illness. Because it's like, I'm looking at the word count and I'm like, I think it's going to be hours long, literally hours long. And I know there's like sort of a risk involved there of like informing people about these things. I don't want to say anything wrong. I don't want to give anyone bad advice. I don't want them to come back and be like, this really hurt me. So I'm slightly scared about that. But I really want to. Yes, to answer your question, random videos, this will be available on Arlo Plays. I want to read all these now that we're talking. I want to talk about this all night. I can't stick around forever. I really don't know if I have ADHD. I have symptoms. Many people have told me I do, but I can't get diagnosed. See, it's hard to get diagnosed. And even if you do get with a doctor, they don't always want to diagnose you. I have OCD, and my doctor who gave me my antidepressants, like, was like hesitant to diagnose me with OCD, even though like I know I do. It's frustrating. It's really frustrating. Symptoms for autism too. Yeah, all I can say is just learn about it. Just look it up. You know, hyperactive ADHD is the most common one, but the silent killer, the insidious one, is inattentive ADHD. There's two types of ADHD. I'm not going to go the whole thing, but like, there's two types. There's hyperactive and inattentive, and there's combo. I think everybody's probably some combination of both. I'm more on the inattentive side, and it's understanding that changed everything, and it made me stop hating myself. And like, it's just, yeah, it's a big thing. When I was first diagnosed with ADHD a few years back, it was really comforting hearing that so many of my favorite internet creators shared the same condition. It's going to sound like I'm joking here, but here's the thing about ADHD. Like we said, ADHD and autism, so much overlap. And I believe that more people are on the spectrum than most people realize. Like I said, in the last couple of years, I think I actually might be. It's just that, like, if it's subtle enough, you don't get those red flags that make you look into it. You know what I mean? And we have these ideas of like what autism looks like. And so like it can come in so many different, you know, shades and colors. So I've started to kind of like recognize just like, I think people like us are naturally drawn to like video games and things like this. And I think especially like a lot of people like games, but not everybody likes games so much to be like really into it and to like follow the new, like us basically. So I hate to tell you all this. I mean, I'm not, obviously I don't have real numbers about this, but like other people I know too, we've all started to kind of be like, okay, I'm starting to think we all have ADHD at least. You know what I mean? Like if you're watching this, there is a very good chance you have it. And if you don't think you have it or know that you have it, there's a fine chance that you do and you just don't know it. Because like, it's just so common. Because we are so focused on this interest. It's not enough to just play video games. You know, like we're super into it. We're motivated and we're kind of, you know, maybe not hyper fixated on it, but like it's a special interest. You know what I mean? I'm seeing a lot of people agreeing. And I'm obviously not saying like everybody definitely does. I'm just saying it's so much more common than people realize. It's so much more common. So like, yeah. Your favorite content creators, they probably all have it too. Or at least a lot of them. It is just so common in this field. But you know, like obviously talk to someone always, like just always, you know, if you can talk to a psychologist or whatever, talk to a doctor. Never just listen to randos on the internet or you know, or people like me. Just don't just. It's a starting point. That's a launching point. But like, go research and see how much stuff lines up with your experiences. Yeah, because it's a thing. It is a thing. It's definitely a thing. And yeah, and awareness is really important. It's very, very important. I need to catch up on supers here. Let's see. Oh, sorry, I'm so behind. Sharp Edge, track sleep with a device. Tinnitus kills my sleep. That stinks, man. That's awful. That is not fair at all. I have. You'd think that I would have. You'd think I would have gotten Pokemon Sleep or something by now. I haven't though. I should. I really should. Maybe I'm afraid of what it's going to tell me. You tossed and turned all night. You didn't even sleep. Mayo, I agree. More people need to be aware. These are genuine conditions, and it's nice to see people on YouTube like you are spreading the word. Smiley face. Yes. Thank you. I mean, yes. You're right. It is good. We all just need to talk about it more. Because, yeah, every single time I bring it up, I'll see at least one person be like, oh my gosh, I think I have this. And I didn't know, because just not enough people know. It needs to be common knowledge what these things are and what they mean and why they make your brain work the way that they do. And it's a whole thing. I could literally talk for hours and hours and hours. It's the prefrontal cortex. It's a whole thing. But it's like, you're not a bad person. Your brain functions a certain way. You have certain issues that make certain things harder than they would be otherwise. You know, common stuff with ADHD. It's not just hyperactivity. It's not just a hard time focusing. It's like, it's problems with motivation. It's emotional dysregulation. It's all of this stuff. So we gotta learn. Anyway, what do we got? I am playing with a fidget toy that I accidentally stole from my nephew, and it's filled with goop, and I am playing with it a lot, and I think the goop is leaking. I think I feel there's sticky stuff on my hands now. Uh-oh, I think I broke his fidget toy, and I gotta buy him a new one now. I love this thing. I wish it didn't break. I just started playing with it the other day, and I've only been playing with it constantly. What I tell you, stim toys. A bunch of them on my desk. In Mindstorm, yeah, I hear you. My ADHD has hurt my creativity, but I'm seeing Switch 2/MK9 as a chance to really find that motivation I need. It holds a place. That's cool. And that's the funny thing about ADHD is that it can make it hard to work, but at the same time, and you know, the same can potentially go for people on the spectrum. What is it? It's neurodiversity. It's not just like an illness. It's not just like, oh, you're worse, you're broken. It's like you're different. And that can come with a lot of problems, especially if you live in a society that does not understand these things and teach about them. And it's not always, we're not always equipped to handle it. But like it really does give you a different perspective. And I think a tremendous amount of creative people have these things, and a tremendous amount of the people who have these things are creative. It's just, I don't know, it's very common. But then it can make it hard to actually like do the work. So it's a thing. The Avatar, mental health denial is so frustrating. The brain is by far the most complex of our organs. Why wouldn't it have tons of widespread disorders? Exactly. Precisely. All of these things are just brain things. It's rooted in the brain. It's in the programming of your brain. You know, it's all just if-then statements. The software or the firmware in your brain, it's wired in a different way. And sometimes those ways are bad, difficult, maladaptive or whatever. And it's just like, oh, it's the if-then. It's supposed to be if this, then that. But instead, it's if this, then that. It's a sensory problem. It's that kind of thing. It's just brain, like, just demystify it. It's just brains working differently. Understand how brains work, you know? Yeah, exactly. Why wouldn't the brain be a complex organ? Why wouldn't it be a complex system? And then people I don't want to go on the whole tirade about medication, but like, why are you going to medicate problems with every part of your body except the most important one? The one that determines everything that you do and who you are as a person. Yeah, that should not be medicated, right? Anyway, what do we got? Lupe, yeah. NYC, we teachers train about all this. It's changed the game, saved lives. Awesome. That's fantastic. What's your Patreon? Gonna buy a ton of t-shirts. Zoom into my class. You don't have to do that. You've already, you've given me multiple supers here. Don't even worry about it. I don't have the URL off the top of my head. It's linked somewhere. Don't even worry about it. You have already, you talking about this with me has already, you have given me all you need to give me. That's so cool to hear though. Yeah. No, it's a game changer. It's a lifesaver. It really is. The game Schizo. Yep, stimulants like caffeine have the opposite effect on ADHD people than normal people. That's why ADHD meds are basically speed. Like, in a sense, it's true. It's a bit of an oversimplification. I know a lot of people are like, Ritalin is just meth. It's like, no, they're related, but, you know, Ritalin isn't gonna turn you into a zombie and kill you. So, but no, it's true though. Yeah, like. That's what's so interesting about it. Just to touch on it briefly, you know, a stimulant for a neurotypical person or whatever. Oh, not out of the box, not out of the box. You puppy, no, move, no, not on the blanket. No, just move a little bit right now. You could still save that blanket. Nope, there it is. There it is. Puppy's gonna pup, you know what I mean? I went to live chat to see if anyone was talking about that. I see someone saying, puppies are so cute. I think that must have happened right before. Right before. I said, no! An attempt was made. Yeah. They were so close. They were so close. No, these aren't my puppies. This is just like an old live stream. I just put it on while we're chatting just because it's something fun to look at. Yeah, it's like stimulants for a person without ADHD. It stimulates them. But a person with ADHD, their brain basically craves too much stimulation. So you give them a stimulant and suddenly they can focus and they don't need to stim as much. They don't need to seek out that stimulation because they are being background stimulated. So it actually makes them more calm. It can even make them like sleep better, you know? It's yeah, so that's interesting. And I'm not as hyperactive. So when I, when I take stimulants, when I do caffeine, it doesn't like relax me, but it does like help me focus. It helps me. It lifts the veil of the inattentive that makes it just hard to do anything. Lupe, a vid, and you sharing your story equals save lives. I mean, I would hope that I could at least touch some lives and help some people out. So I really do want to do that. I need to get on that. This conversation is really, it's really helping me realize I need to make a decision about that video. I need to finish up that script, even though it feels impossible, because there's always something new to add to it. And I just want to write. It's becoming a book. I just want to write a book on it. I don't know. Venus. Hey, Arlo, thanks for getting me through my shift. You're welcome. You're welcome. I hope all this mental health talk is working out for you. And I hope you might not even be at your shift anymore. Am I late to read this super? No, that's great. Evan. I work for a big entertainment company and had to hold a difficult project together during COVID. Your vids got me through. Thank you. TOTK review when? That's great to hear. I'm happy. I'm happy to help. Just doing my job. I don't know about when, but hopefully within the next few months, because it is being actively worked on. Like when we're not working on a main channel video or whatever, like Kane has been like, even recently, like full blown work. Oh, that puppy is dangerously close to where that puppy pooped. Oh, boy. They're playing a dangerous game. Anyway, thank you, Evan. T-Bone, what is up? Thank you so much. It doesn't help that for those of us of a certain age, we were only slightly autistic, or with less intense ADHD, adults would say we were a bit spirited or something and move on. Precisely. Exactly. As I said, I think I might be on the spectrum somewhere, but it is so slight. It doesn't like raise a lot of red flags, so no one has ever even almost suggested it, ever. I had to just realize it myself when I was, 36. It's like, great. And then ADHD, I only know about it because a friend of mine got into it. And of course, when they did, I was like, you're stupid. It's not real. You don't have it. It's only for 9-year-old boys in sitcoms who have an episode about ADHD and they can't pay attention in class. That's what ADHD is. And it's just like, no, it's not what it is. Turns out they did have it. And it turns out I have it too. And it's a shame. Yeah, that's why everyone needs to know about it. Don't step in the poop. Come on. It's right there. Oh, the people watching these puppies have no idea. This is a nightmare. What's going to happen? This is at the end of the video too. This is intense. This is like the big like showdown. The big dramatic conclusion. Are they going to smear the poop everywhere? You're right though, T-Bone. You're right. Absolutely. When it's more subtle, you just never know. You just think there's something wrong with you. You just think, oh, why do I suck? Why am I bad at doing things? Why am I unreliable? Why am, like, it's just, it's yeah, inattentive. It's been a thing. It has been a thing. London, beautiful puppies. They are beautiful. Those are some good looking dogs. They're cute. They got some soft looking hair. They look a little fancy, but not like intimidatingly so. You know, I like them. Blind Watchman, I heart Arlo. Well, you know what? Arlo hearts Blind Watchman. If Arlo be honest. Art. Arlo, do you have any interest in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon? PMD and especially Explorers of Sky have some of the best stories out of any Nintendo game. I've never played one. They look good though. I've always wanted to try one. Now that the first one is on NSO, now I have no excuse not to play it. So yeah, I don't know. They look good. They look cool. Merciful Pancake. Love you, Arlo. When will we get Animal Crossing 6? I mean, soon, probably. This year is 5 years. Somehow, anytime in the next couple of years. I think Nintendo is probably... Although, I can't remember what teams do what. What crossover is there between... It's either the Mario Kart team that... Is it Mario Kart that makes Animal Crossing, or is it Splatoon that makes Animal... I can't remember. But, no, I'm sure they're making one. I'm sure it'll be. Sooner than later. They're going to be really... Especially because they want to sell systems, and the last one sold systems, and I don't think that a new one... They would have to... There you go. Yeah, get the poop. Yeah. Good. That's good. Deus Ex Machina coming in here. Hand of God coming and saving the day. Get out of here. Trying to clean the poop. There you go. Good. Oh, I'm so thankful. This is good. This is good. No, yeah. I think Nintendo is going to want to do an Animal Crossing. I don't think it'll be quite the same huge thing. But, yeah. Splatoon and Animal Crossing team have decoupled a good bit already. I would hope so. It would be silly for two of your biggest things to be like, sorry, we can't do this one for half a decade because we're doing the other one. Like, that's ridiculous. Yeah, grow the teams and split them up. What do we got? We've got... Arlo, just curious if you're familiar with how stigmatized mental health issues / treatments are in the aviation industry. It really needs modernized. Really? Yeah, I could imagine, I know that like you can't even be colorblind if you're a pilot, and I know that from Little Miss Sunshine. But I wouldn't be surprised if there was a big stigma in those kinds of industries. And I can see why, to a point, like I understand why people would be nervous about it. I'm not saying that means that there should be a stigma. I'm saying I understand why there would be. But yeah, that would be great if that. I mean, everywhere, every industry, everybody, everywhere, we all need to know about it more. Everything needs to be modernized. People need to understand this stuff. McGregor. I went down this same rabbit hole a couple years ago, but felt invalidated after sharing my experience with others. Thank you for sharing so openly. So there you go. Sharing with others is a real thing. People are just going to naysay if they don't know any better. They're just going to tell you it's fake, you're making it up, or whatever, and they just don't know any better. So like, yeah, invalidating. That's a thing that people do when they don't understand something, and that's another reason it's so hard for people to get help and understand themselves when the people around them just invalidate their feelings and their experiences. So it's a very big problem, and they don't realize how damaging it is. They genuinely don't. That's the thing. It's often people that love us. They think they're helping us, but they're really just invalidating us, and it's bad and very damaging. So yeah, I mean, you can't listen to those people. You got to do your own research. You have to figure it out on your own sometimes, which is a shame. Or talk to a mental health care professional for sure. Absolutely. Sharp Edge. Child ADHD diagnoses and drugs. Teen rebellion against the whole idea of it. 30s me is trying to get back into it. Scheduling a neuropsych as we speak. Awesome. And see, this is such a touchy subject, and it is hard because it is true that you can over medicate a person, or especially a kid. You can hurt them by giving them the wrong thing or too much of a thing. It's such a delicate process. It is, and I definitely went through my period of time being like, no, like medicating for all these things is stupid, and that's why you just have to research and experiment. Like I said, my nephew, like he takes meds, and it was a process to figure out exactly the right thing and the right combinations of things and the right doses. You don't just like feed a kid a bunch of pills and just expect it to work. And like, yeah, it's very nuanced. It really, really is. So I understand why some people are, iffy on it or even outright against it. I get it, because there are problems that can arise from these kinds of things. But yeah, that's why you just have to learn. You just have to constantly learn and experiment. Dominic, please make that ADHD video. I'm loving this stream. Thank you so much. I do want to. This is definitely lighting a little fire here. I'm getting into. Like I said, this is like, yeah, this is my growing special interest is just like brains and psychology and human behavior and even bigger, nature of everything and why people are the way they are and why the world is the way I don't know. I'm becoming a real insufferable I don't know what to call it. I just like thinking about stuff, It's fun. And I want to help people. I really want other people to get the help that I got by learning all this, It's literally changed my life. Wesnerman. Arlo, your journey has been my journey since 2017 through health challenges, ADHD, and the pure joy of Nintendo. You've been a constant through all of it. Thank you. That's so sweet. You're so sweet. That's so nice. That's why I love doing this. Just, it's the people, I don't get out as much as I like. I don't have as many IRL friends as I would like. So it's just, having all you and just like, it's the community and all of our shared interest in Nintendo and everything. And this right here, we don't do this enough. This is good. Let's see. Thank you so much though. No, really. McGregor, also welcome to the PNW. Thank you. I don't know if Northern California counts as the Pacific Northwest. It is the southernmost state. But I was at like the very top of it. And it felt like the PNW. It really did. The wilderness felt that way. So I don't know but now I'm officially like fully very, very in W, Thank you. Thank you so much. Art, I only learned I had Asperger when I was 17. You can imagine my childhood and teen years. You can imagine how my childhood and teen years were. Also, shout outs from Brazil. Whoa, nice. Yes, no, that sounds remarkably difficult. Not knowing until you're 17, that is hard. That's really, really hard. And I'm really sorry you had to go through that. But I am happy that you are now, are now aware of it and can get what you need. That's awesome. It's awesome. It's hard to figure it out late, but like, boy, you can be happy. I'm happy I figured it out for myself, or I am figuring it out. Ezra, hey Arlo, if you've already answered this question, I apologize. I was wondering if you're going to do a Sonic 3 review. It's the only one I really liked of the three. That's good to hear. I like to hear that. I don't know. Maybe. I'm considering taking my nephew to see it and seeing what I think about it. I am curious. We'll see. If I do, I will tread lightly. We'll try not to upset anybody. We'll see though. I might. Thank you so much though. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for your question. I love you. I love you, Ezra. McBoy, message retracted. However, thank you for the super. Thank you very much for the super. You're amazing. And thank you for coming and viewing my stream. Mr. Gamer Sir, I was depressed and attempted suicide last year. Your content really helped me be positive in a rough time. Doing much better now. God bless Arlo. I'm very sorry to hear that, but I am alternatively very happy to hear that you're doing better. It's still hard for me to fathom being a help to people. It's just such a big thing. It's such a big thing to hear that. But I mean, it's obviously a big, good thing. And it's, no, thank you so much for telling me that. I'm really, really sorry that you have gone through that. And, I'm just so happy you're doing better. That's great. That's really great. I barely know what to say. Thank you. Bless you. I'm so happy to have you here. This is so good. I feel so good. This is really fun. I have to go soon. Unfortunately, my voice is going to die and I got to go like make dinner and stuff, but this is awesome. This is really amazing. I need to, you know what? I have genuinely just been wanting to, I also want to make the big video I was talking about. But I've been toying with the idea of just doing like mental health talk stream, like where that's literally like the point. That's kind of what this has become. This is supposed to be a Switch 2 reveal hype stream. So anybody joining late is just like, what is this? We're supposed to talk about Switch 2. And now we're talking about this. Oh, well, that's what we're doing. It's great. It's awesome. JB Starshroom. Arlington Vanderbilt Blue Monster III, I inquire. What is it that you desire from Pikmin the 5th? That's a very big question. I don't know if I can answer that right now. The Pikmin 4 kind of toyed with like you have a base, and that I think is what I want to see more. I want to see more progression in the base. I want to see like building up stuff as you go. It is amazing because that even before Pikmin 4, that was already a wish of mine. So they dipped their toe into there. So I would just love to see that explored more. I just want to see more like base building. You're gathering materials and things in the levels to bring back to the base and build it up. I think that would be incredibly fun. That is my biggest wish. Also, the obvious one, a level editor, cave editor. Carter, hi Arlo. I got 6 years clean from heroin in November. Whoa, 6 years. Watching your videos truly helped me stay. Oh, you people are telling me these things to make me cry. Help me stay clean during hard times. Fave creator by far. You're so sweet. Again, it's such a it's such a big thing to hear that. It's hard for me to believe. I just, like little old me. I'm just a goofball who talks about Nintendo online. So I don't know. It's golly, that's amazing to hear that. And gosh, congratulations. That's so cool. You people are gonna make me cry here. McBoy, thank you so much for the super. You're amazing. I got diagnosed and undiagnosed with ADHD multiple times as a kid. That's rough. And only started medication for it this December. I also have autism, but didn't get diagnosed until I was 15, despite my mom trying to get me diagnosed since 3. It's so hard. And like I was saying earlier, it often just comes down to like the individual doctor that you talk to. And you could just talk to someone who doesn't know what they're talking about. Like we wish we could just fully trust doctors, but like we can't always fully trust them. Sometimes you do have to get a lot of different opinions, and like it's hard. So that sounds like a nightmare. That's really, really hard. I'm really sorry you've had to go through that. That's great that you've started medication though. That's so awesome. I really hope it works out for you. I mean, in my experience, medication does make a really big difference. And yeah, I mean, like I was saying, I've been I've been working with caffeine. And it's been helping. And the reason I did was because it is a no-no to take other people's medication. But I will admit I did a no-no thing. And a friend had a bottle of Adderall they didn't want, and I was like, I'm gonna try it. I do not condone taking medication that has not been prescribed to you. It was a wrong thing for me to do, but I tried it, and I was like, okay, this could be placebo, but I feel like I just had the most amazing day of work that I've ever had. So I was like, all right, I don't want to go through the whole thing, the whole rigmarole of getting diagnosed, and like, yeah, it's just hard. And yeah, like so many doctors just won't do it. So I just tried caffeine because, it's caffeine. You can get it anywhere. You could even just get pills. So who turned out the light? The puppies are like, what happened? It's nearly at the end. We're almost at the end. We got to stop soon. I skipped the first part. Let's just go back to the beginning. But yeah, just caffeine. And that's why it probably wasn't quite as effective. But yeah. it still was effective, really effective, and it's been really incredible. And I hope it's not affecting my sleep. I don't think it is. I've tried really hard to like monitor and make sure that I don't think it is, but I don't know. I am cognizant of that for sure. Yeah, exactly. You still have doctors out there that think ADHD only happens in 10-year-old boys and women can't get it at all. Exactly. Exactly. Especially older doctors. That's the funny thing about being a doctor is you go to medical school and you learn how to be a doctor, and then like I don't know like I don't know what the actual like I don't know how it happens. I don't know if there's like a requirement to like re-up, make sure that you are up on the latest knowledge, but like if you went to medical school in the 70s, like now, like the medical field, especially like mental health, has like changed like completely. And so, like, if you're not aware of that, it's just like, yeah, I don't know. It's a thing. It's a thing. Um, yeah, let me go. Hold on. Read the next one. Where am I at? There we are. John, diagnosed with ASD at 2.5. Really? Nice and early. Doc told parents I'd never amount to. Ah, yes, that one. See, yes. And then you have the one where, it's so early because they present so early, and then you have the doctor, especially the further back you go, being like, oh yeah, well they're broken and they'll never amount to anything. And like, I just watched a movie. Oh my gosh, Temple Grandin. Have you people heard of Temple Grandin? Temple Grandin was a girl who like revolutionized like the cattle industry and created these like way more like humane slaughterhouses and systems for moving cattle around because she understood and studied like the psychology of cows. And yeah, and she was autistic, and as a child she was nonverbal, and that was like back in the 70s, so they just wanted to institutionalize her because back then they thought she was just broken, and like no, she went on to be this like incredible revolutionary genius, and she does talks and stuff, and she's like one of the coolest people I've ever seen in my life. She's so cool, and the movie is just called Temple Grandin, and it's incredibly good, incredibly well acted, super good. Anyway, back to your thing. Doc told parents I'd never amount to anything. He's wrong. I attempted suicide after Christmas because I felt I'm a failure. I'm looking for a job. I need to remember how awesome I am. You do need to remember how awesome you are, and I'm so sorry that you're going through that. That's so hard, and it's hard, and it's completely not fair, and it's not, and it stinks to reach that point when you realize just like very often life just isn't fair, and it's a really yeah, I don't know, I can't even imagine your struggle, and I'm so sorry you're going through that, but like you're right though, like yes, you do need to remember how awesome you are because you are, and you're not alone in any of your struggles. You're not broken. These are all like it's so often it's like easier said than done, but it's what we all need to recognize when we struggle with these things. It's just like we're not broken, we're not bad, we're not and any of those things. It's just like our brains are wired differently, or yeah, just everybody has their own thing, and brains are all wired differently, and that's it. Like it's just brain wiring, and that doesn't make you a bad person. It's just yeah. Anyway, I'm rambling, but like yeah, I'm so sorry to hear that, and like you are awesome. You are an awesome person, and yeah, and I really do wish you the best in working through this and all that. Like wow, yeah. Sorry, I lost my place here. Hold on real quick. Yeah, and thank you so much for being here, and thank you for opening up. That's really that yeah. This is good. We're getting a lot of this is good. This is cool. This is fun. This is good. I mean, well, fun, quote unquote. You know what I mean. J Cop If you haven't tried before, I recommend vitamin B12 as well. It's another thing that can help with attention that doesn't require diagnosis. I want to say I've heard that. And I think I do need to look into that. I feel like I've heard that one before, and I still need to, like, yeah, I need to look into it for sure. Oh, this is good. This is I mean, you know, I again, I'm just some guy online, so like it's always like I'm slightly nervous talking about this stuff because I don't want to give anyone bad advice. I don't want to say anything wrong, but like I don't know, I really do appreciate all of you people talking about this and opening up with all this stuff and it's been really good. And I think I do need to go in a couple minutes. My voice is pretty fried. But yeah, oh yeah, and sorry to anyone saying they can't rewind the stream. I turn off the the DVR because having it on really increases the latency, so it's really hard to interact with chat. So I turned it off, but it'll be on Arlo Plays. I might not be able to upload it until tomorrow, but you know I will. Diagnosed with autism a few years ago, but was never given paperwork, looking to going back to therapy and possibly getting diagnosed. Good. Yes. Talking to people. That's the other thing here. Nobody, if any of this is new for you, do not just listen to me. Like, this is a launching point. Research, talk to somebody, try to find someone who is sympathetic to this stuff and gets it and seems knowledgeable. Because, you know, it's a shame to think that there are people who are like, oh, I'll talk to someone. And then they talk to someone who just doesn't get it. And they're like, no, that's not real. It's like, whatever. So, yeah, you might have to get a few opinions to find a person who genuinely, like, cares about your case and has, you know, read the latest research on all this stuff. Because it really has progressed really rapidly in the last, you know, however many years. Can someone clip or timestamp these mental health parts of the stream? Honestly, just like the last like third of it, I think. Probably. It's been going for a while now. Yeah. Autistic people face a lot of prejudice. Absolutely. Yep. Therapy's good. Therapy's good stuff. It's an unexpectedly really sweet stream that's making me feel better about the way I view and value myself. God, yes. Yes. It's good. We all need to know that we are all cool. Like that's the thing is like everybody's awesome. Everybody's awesome. Everybody. We just don't always know it. And like stuff gets in the way or like, you know, we have issues with our brain that other people don't understand and there's compatibility issues and you know, it's just like it makes you feel bad and it makes you feel like you're less and it's just like it's not true. You know, it's not true at all. We're all awesome and we all just need to realize it. We are all awesome people. We just struggle, you know. It's like, you know, it's a thing I've heard about you know, dealing with kids. Really technically it works with all kids, but you can, you know, it's especially true for kids who have these issues and or anything, or even just a person who you're struggling to, you know, they're having issues with you. It's that they're not giving you a hard time, they're having a hard time. You know what I mean? Everything is just struggle. We just often struggle to work, you know, to fit in every situation. I don't know. It's the whole thing. So yeah, all you people, do not forget how awesome you are, because you are. Absolutely. And you know what? Puppies. Puppies are good. Look at these puppies. Sometimes you just need to look at puppies. You missed the mental health discussion, but don't worry. This will be on Arlo Plays. You can rewind. It was the whole like last chunk of the video. No, you're awesome. No, you're awesome. Yeah, exactly. At the end of the day, puppies. Like, precisely, you know? So yeah. Do I have any more to do here? Yeah, oregano, Love oregano, by the way. You should try to do a collab with Healthy Gamer GG. I've heard the name before. I really need to look into this person because I like that name. Healthy Gamer. I'm all about that. That's really good. Thank you. Spencer. Hey, Arlo, I really enjoy this convo. Will there be more streams like this? Yeah, I would love to. Yeah, I was just saying I would love to do even like dedicated mental health streams. I think that'd be great. It'd be really fun because then people know what they're getting into. You know, no one's gonna be like, "What? I thought we were talking about Mario Kart. We're talking about ADHD again." Yeah, it would be fun. Maybe I'll even do that soon. That'd be really fun because this is great. I want to get the word out. We've all got ADHD. Yokabai. Everyone is awesome. Watching from Japan. Everyone is awesome. Thank you, including you. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much. Squid Channel, you are too generous today. You're amazing. Why are you so cool? Why are you so awesome? Find a psych who doesn't follow the theory of mind deficit model. It's still part of the mainstream literature about autism, and it couldn't be any more wrong. And I know people who have had their diagnosis delayed because of it. I am not familiar with that, but I definitely want to look into that. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're shaking off the old misinformation and the old prejudices and all that stuff is a big thing, and it's actually terrifying. Like I was just talking about Temple Grandin. It's terrifying to me that there are people alive today who, like, within their lifetime, they lived in a world where every person who was diagnosed as autistic was literally just put in an insane asylum and not treated, and were basically put in a torturous situation. I mean, sorry to go super dark with it, but like that's what they did because nobody knew anything. That was within the lifetimes of people alive right now. That's how quickly all of this that's how quickly all of this has advanced, and our understanding of it. So like, yeah, it's so important to learn. We're having a hard time like keeping up, you know? I mean, even as far as like all mental health goes and meds, did you know the serotonin system was literally discovered in like the 60s? Again, within the lifetimes of people who are alive right now, we discovered serotonin. Like one of the most, just like a key neurochemical, absolutely key in understanding mental health. Before that, I don't know why people are messed up. Probably demons. Probably, you know, like they probably just like, I don't know. They're just broken. It's messed up. So like, yeah, like we got to educate ourselves. Thank you, Squid Channel. And John, people like us are always told we are the ones who have to adapt to everyone else since they are, quote, normal. What is normal? Normal is subjective. Exactly. Normal isn't a real thing. Average is a real thing. Typical, like statistically typical is a real thing. And like, yeah, it's like, it's hard. It's a lot. I'm pretty much any acronym you got. It's like, well, okay, not everyone in the world has this. And therefore the world is kind of built for the average people, built for the typical people. And therefore you have problems. And that's why there's so many problems. And yes, it is a thing. Jay Starshroom, have you played a lot of Pikmin mods? The Pikmin 1 Inside Pikmin 2 mod looks awesome. Kaizo Pikmin 2 sounds like a walking nightmare. I've heard things about Kaizo Pikmin 2. It sounds terrifying. And yeah, Pickhacker is the one who did Pikmin 1 and Pikmin 2, right? I haven't played any mods. I don't know how to do mods for anything. I still haven't gotten into that. I know I need to, though. I know I need to get into the whole modding scene precisely because of like Pikmin and stuff. Thank you. Mr. Gamer Sir, also got any advice being a new Nintendo YouTuber? Not a lot. It's hard to break into. I feel like it's only harder and harder to break into YouTube. So the only thing you can do is just be yourself and experiment. And if you can come up with a new angle, then do that. But for the most part, it's just kind of like, yeah, just try things. Just try things and be yourself, and don't just try to copy other people. You have to do something that is, you know, more or less uniquely you. You have to offer something new in this this landscape. Because the space is all taken up by the old fogies like me who won't get off their throne. No. The game Schizo, epilepsy, has gotten multiple people, has got people thrown in asylums too. Scary. Yeah, exactly. Back in the day, just being epileptic. Oh, they're having a demonic seizure. You throw them in an asylum. It's terrifying. You know, it's absolutely terrifying. We are in a new age of like mental health understanding, and it's great. The Avatar, Arlo, go make dinner before you get more SCs. I do need to, but this is fun. I like this. I like this whole thing. I really should go though. But there's so many comments. Everybody's talking about this stuff. Yeah, a lot of people. Yeah, epilepsy is a big thing. They thought they were possessed by demons or whatever. Because when we don't understand things, we ascribe things like that, you know, non-material and invented concepts to them. And it's a thing. And it's been a thing for a long, long, long time. And that's a depressing thought. Holy Messenger of Truncated, can't read the rest. Psych told me I was a smart girl and thus not autistic. Also a trans guy. This has been a really comforting chat. Yeah, the really big thing with it's autism and ADHD, right? Very underdiagnosed in yeah, they just it doesn't happen to girls. They're just not even a real thing. Yeah, it's totally a thing. Which is great. Yay. Hooray. Just like another problem. Same with heart health. Like more women die of heart attacks because for some reason it's seen as like it's a male dominated field having heart attacks. Girls don't have heart attacks. So yeah, their symptoms go underreported and they die more often. Hooray. Can we just figure out what's wrong with people and like tell them? It's just like, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, and like the psych told you that. Just like a doctor will say things like that, and it's frustrating. You gotta talk to a professional, but what do you do when the professional doesn't know what they're talking about? Yeah. Chimp Man, I love hearing you talk about this. Thank you for using your platform to discuss this stuff. Topic Arlo mental health video when? Only kidding. Well, it wouldn't be on Topic Arlo. It'd probably be, I don't know where it'd be, main channel or something. But yeah, no, I want to. I actually would like to. I would indeed. John, watch Street Preacher at anime/comic cons. Insane. That sounds stressful. That sounds really stressful. I don't know if I want to. Phasmatron, I have ADHD and I'm not ashamed to say it. Louder for the people in the back. And my life is going well. Love you, Arlo. I love you also. Very much. Maverick, you should read The Stormlight Archive. It's basically dealing with mental health issues and medieval superpowers. The audiobooks go great with chores. And that's Brandon Sanderson, right? Earlier in the stream, we were talking about how I need to read more Brandon Sanderson. If it goes into mental health stuff, too, I'm there. I'm absolutely there. It is hard to walk away because this conversation is awesome. But yeah, I gotta go. My hands are just getting stickier. I think this squishy thing I'm playing with, I think it definitely is. It's leaking somewhere. The weird thing is I search it and I look at the places where there could be a hole and I squeeze them and nothing comes out. It's always when I'm just playing with it for a while. And then I look and there's goop on my hands, but then I'm like, where is it coming out of? I don't understand. I don't get it. This is the best squish toy ever, though. This is so good. Lupe! Just join your Patreon. Y'all making me tear. Love you. Oh, you're so nice. You're so sweet. You don't have to do it. You don't have to do that. You're too generous. You're too cool. This is great. Yeah, I also did not expect so much mental health talk in a Switch 2 hype stream. But you know what? It's good. This is good. This is good. But I will go. I love you all. El Gododo, good to see you. Sup Arlo, long time no stream. I know, seriously, sorry. Also puppies. I'm seeing everybody worry about the small plastic connector on the Switch for the new Joy-Con. Yeah. I'm trying to just not worry too much. You know, life's too short to worry about things. Let's just wait and see, says the guy whose job it is to make videos worrying about things. But yeah, no, I don't know. I'm hoping it's not a big deal. At least it's kind of recessed, you know. I think it'll probably be okay. So yeah, Switch 2, woo. Awesome. Very nice to have a reveal for Switch 2. Very good, very nice. I had a really good time with all the mental health talk. You know, like I said, I get nervous. I'm like nervous about it because I don't want to say the wrong thing. I don't want to give someone bad advice because, you know, it's like I love the idea of helping people and spreading awareness, but then I'm also like, you know, my own like self-esteem is like, oh, am I good enough to do this? It's like kind of a thing. But yeah, oh, another one of those like weirdly fast, like 5-second Amica frozen image commercials that are just like, boom, that's it. Interesting. Yes, Switch 2. Switch 2's coming. It is indeed. Awesome. Vico Boko, wait, what? What am I waiting for? I was going to go, but you said wait. What am I doing? Did I miss something with the puppies? The dogs are not real? No, they're real. Although, when was this video made? No, I think it's only a few years old. Are they AI? They might be AI. Never considered that. AI live stream of puppies. Okay. I'm gonna go. Love all y'all so much. It was super fun. Thank you everyone who talked about mental health stuff. It was really cool. It was really cool. All right. I hate to go. It's so fun to stream. I need to stream more. I need to stream more often. Wait, Arlo, don't forget about UFO 50. Yeah, maybe. I might do that. I don't know. Goodbye. 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 Quick question. Hold on. Sorry. One more. Tom Moore. I'm going to give you one. Just to Tom Moore. This is the only person I'll answer a question from. Tom Moore, what's the question? I'm waiting. I'm searching for I'm like watching the chat go by. I'm going to Tom Moore. There you go. Are you open to making a review of the Super Mario Galaxy games? Yeah, I'm open to it. If I can get into a habit of like actually just like reviewing older games. No, absolutely. I would love it. Someday. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.